note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime and this is the beginning of covering the Adam Montgomery trial. Yesterday was actually day one, but things were a little different, mostly because of the defendant conceding to two of the charges, conceding guilt to two of the charges. So in other words, I think that it's different to concede than to plead guilty, but in layman's terms, he was pleading guilty to two charges. Okay, and they were working that out, so they sent the jury on a jury view, which is like a tour of all the important, locations in the case. So we're going to recap everything that happened yesterday in minimal time, and then we're going to get to opening statements, which is taking place, of course, today on day 2. If you are brand new here, welcome. I hope you'll consider subscribing and becoming part of this community. We are a very kind bunch, and cases like this are absolutely horrifying and devastating. We are here to see justice for 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery. Everybody failed her, especially, I don't even like calling him a dad, but especially her dad, Adam Montgomery, who is on trial. He's already been sentenced to 60 years plus, in prison. He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison for being a career criminal and for weapons charges. He had a trial last year. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't know why he doesn't just plead guilty and just admit to what he did. But, in this case, he is innocent until proven guilty. He's facing charges of second-degree murder now because he conceded guilt to the other two, right? So, second-degree murder, second-degree assault, and also tampering with witnesses and informants. Those are the charges he's facing. Eddie, don't worry. Thank you so much for being a member for 9 months. Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Stefan, I hope that you had a wonderful birthday yesterday. Welcome to all my patrons as well. Your support means the world to me. If you guys haven't checked out Patreon yet, please go check it out. Just, have a look and see if it's something that you might like to support me on. And then also welcome to all my members, all the subscribers, and everyone who's just lurking while working and thinking about subscribing. Welcome to you as well. So let's quickly just go over exactly what happened yesterday, and then we'll get into it, okay? I'm just going to say this now as well in the beginning, especially for replay watchers. We are covering this trial here in a delayed way. Defluffed, okay? Sometimes we actually delay it by a whole day. We're going to do it again this time like we did in the last trial, and delay the start time by 3 hours, which, I'm pretty good at calculating time. Maybe it's my pilot years that help me with that. But if that would account for lunch breaks, 2 coffee breaks, normally the coffee breaks are about 15 minutes each, but it takes people time to get back in the courtroom. And then if there's any unforeseen delays or technical issues or whatever, we're just going to skip right over that, okay? So that is why we are doing that, and that means please don't come in here and give us spoilers, because we don't need spoilers. We don't want spoilers. We are specifically starting later, so we can get through all the breaks just by skipping forward. But we don't want to know what you know. We want to watch it together, okay? As if it's in real time, right? Now, yes, Mary T says, but massive trigger warning. Thank you, Mary T. There is a massive trigger warning. Of course, if you did your homework, okay, which was part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I did 5 parts of a deep dive to make sure that you are prepared for this trial. If you haven't checked it out, please check out the playlist and do your homework. It will help you though, right, to understand the case. But if you did do that, and if you managed to listen to the read-through of the probable cause affidavit, you're going to be prepared for what we're going to hear in this trial, because it's like that, obviously. Obviously, it's like that. I just mean, they're not really sparing any details. So please know that this case is about the murder of a 5-year-old girl. It involves domestic violence and very triggering topics. If it's too much for you, please make sure you take care of yourself and your mental health. We will always save you your seat, okay? We'll keep your seat warm for you for when you are ready to return, okay? So I'm going to quickly show you this little article here from Court TV just to show you a good summary of what happened yesterday. Then I've got some clips to show you, and then we'll get to the court day. All right, so Manchester, New Hampshire. This will also help those who don't really know what this case is about yet. Just a quick recap, because we've done presentations and deep dives and all that, right? And yes, I've got some new emojis for all the members. If you do want to use those, Harmony's favorite color was apparently purple. So you could use these purple hearts and little flowers and things that I made for you in honor of Harmony Montgomery. So Manchester, New Hampshire, the trial of a New Hampshire man facing charges that he murdered his daughter got off to an unconventional start on Wednesday, with jurors taken on a bus tour of several scenes after hearing a small preview from the attorneys. They will return on Thursday for opening statements and testimony, so that's obviously today. Now, yesterday they gave jury instructions, and then they had a long break, and then when they came back, I'm going to show you the clip of, what Adam Montgomery had said via Zoom. Of course, the coward is not in the courtroom. He wasn't yesterday, he isn't today. Every single day he gets to choose if he's going to be in the courtroom or not. I think that differs per state. Because from what I remember, Letitia Stauch had to be in the courtroom. Am I wrong? I don't know. So I think it differs per state, but he is deciding every day if he's going to waive his right to be in the courtroom or not. And like the coward we know him to be, he's not in the courtroom. Not today either. So snark tank already full. Adam Montgomery, 34, is charged with second-degree murder in the death of his 5-year-old daughter, Harmony, as well as second-degree assault charges for a separate incident involving Harmony. Shame, man. Okay. That's always very sad to read, huh? Okay, so Adam was also facing charges. He was also facing charges of abuse of a corpse and falsifying evidence. However, moments after jurors left the courtroom for a jury view, Adam appeared via video conference. Via Zoom, and told the judge that he's guilty of those 2 charges. Now, what does that mean? Why do you think Adam Montgomery would plead guilty to abuse of a corpse and falsifying evidence? You see, because that leaves on the table in my mind, okay, well, second-degree murder, second-degree assault, and tampering with witnesses or informants. Which could only really mean that, the defense strategy is going to blame it all on someone else. And I think that's what they're going for. Thank you, KJ says, "Deep love it, sister." Justice for Harmony Montgomery, yes. Thank you so much. Teresa says, the snark is on. So I think that's what he's going for. And you know why that makes me incredibly angry right off the bat already on the first day of streaming this trial? I mean, Adam Montgomery already makes most of us. He should make you really angry. I mean, based on the allegations and just his history. If you haven't seen his dark criminal past, that episode that I did, go check that out. You'll see what I mean. Anyway, with this guy, he seems to be obsessed with abusing and blaming women. He really does. Like his ex said, have a hatred for women and little girls. So for him to be like, okay, I'm going to plead guilty to those 2, and then let's just blame everything else on Kayla. That's what he's going to do. Which, I guess I'm actually not that surprised. It seems like that's what he would do. But what a coward. Oh my word. I'll have to hold myself back before we get started because I'm getting snarky already. So they say, using a timeline put together by investigators, prosecutors believe that Harmony was murdered in December of 2019, though she wasn't reported missing for nearly 2 years. Her mother, Crystal Sorey, who will also be on the witness stand, alerted police to Harmony's disappearance on November 18th of 2021 after she was unable to reach her for months. Prosecutors say that Adam beat Harmony to death on December 7th of 2019 while the 2 were living in a car with Adam's wife Kayla and the couple's other children. Kayla told police that Adam was angry because Harmony would frequently have accidents in the car, so like toilet-related accidents, Okay, accidents in the car. Shame, man. And that he would frequently hit her in the head with a closed fist. Investigators say that over the next several months, Adam and Kayla moved Harmony's body from the car to banks of snow, to a cooler, to a ceiling vent, and a walk-in freezer. If you read the PCA with me, you remember all those pictures and things that they showed of the cooler and the ceiling vent and all of that, right? Then they say to a ceiling vent and a walk-in freezer as they continue to conceal her death. Adam was also allegedly tried to help. But the thing is, you can't really help decomposition with lime. I remember this from, the John Wayne Gacy book I wrote. He covered all the bodies in the crawl space with lime. Lime is really good at reducing odor. But apparently when I looked it up as well, and someone also informed me of this, that it's just, make sure the Grizzlies know that lime, actually they say the results show that lime retards the rate of decomposition if present in a burial environment, but it doesn't stop it. It actually slows decomposition down. It's lye that can actually speed it up. But lime itself, and this guy bought pelletized lime. He bought all sorts of things, a saw, a backup saw blade, a diamond cutting saw blade, lime, and also a backup battery. So in buying those things, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he knew that that's what it would do, or if he was trying to preserve her remains, because he sure held on to her body for 4 months. Absolutely horrendous. Also, I just want to say, for any replay watchers saying, oh my word, just get to it, like, look at the timestamps, okay? The pinned comment, the description box will hover over the video. I always take the time, and it takes a while to do timestamps for you. You could just skip to the part where that little part will say start of opening statements. Just skip to there, okay? If you don't want like this background information. So, Stefan says, so a stupid baby boy. Stupid baby sissy boy. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so anyway, so he bought that, yes, and they say investigators say that in the spring of 2020, Adam rented a U-Haul and took the bag with Harmony's remains to dispose of them. Her body was never found. Adam has denied any involvement in his daughter's murder, but has not offered to help the police search for her. You know, he's looking forward to his trial to refute these offensive claims, but he can't even show up in the courtroom. Oh, please, this guy, oh my word. Please, jury, you know what to do. Okay, so, you know, because for the jury, this is brand new information. They don't know his background. They don't know all about Adam. We do. Anyway, so they said he's not offered to help, so that's also a red flag there. When police made contact with him on December 31st of 2021, they handed him a court order demanding him to cooperate and assist in finding Harmony, to which he responded, either arrest me or I'm leaving, and refused to answer questions. Signs of an innocent guy, right? Recently, a judge ruled that the jury will get to see his conversations with police where he refuses to help them find Harmony and denied a defense request to keep out evidence related to the purchase of lime at a Home Depot. Montgomery is currently serving a decades-long prison sentence in a weapons theft case. At sentencing, he denied killing Harmony. So, and I've made, you know, you could see I've made a little picture of Harmony right above me here. And this is another picture of her here. And we've got a tribute for her. So, yes, Karen D says, I want the background info. Okay, I'm glad. So, yes, Just One Opinion says, this is the only true crime chat with ethics. Thank you so much. The mods work very hard, and we do have standards here. Yes, we do want to keep those. We want to make sure that everybody feels safe to be here. You know, that it's not like all, I don't know, rough and gross. Let's just keep it nice, all right? So look at this. This is actually from the other day. This is from 2 days ago. Wait, I might actually have to boost this for you. Where the first stunt that this guy pulled, I'm really trying not to be snarky right off the bat, but he makes me so mad. The very first stunt that he pulled was before the trial even started. He was like, yeah, okay, I need to talk to the judge. I want to wear shackles and not a leg brace. Well, why did you even have to bother with this? Because you're not even going to show up to court. Unless, I think is a very calculated, coercive controller, okay, in my opinion. And I think that he asked, we're going to watch this little clip, he asked for shackles versus a leg brace so that if he testifies, and I think he might, because he's not going to show up in court until that one day when he might testify, huh? And then he's going to walk in there like some little old man with his shackles and feel really like sorry for himself and tell everyone that I didn't do any of this. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen, but we'll see. Rob says, thank you for your excellent coverage on this case, G. Thank you so much, Rob. So let's just have a listen to this quickly so that you can see what he asked for here.
To address Mr. Montgomery. Good morning, Mr. Montgomery. So, Mr. Montgomery, I was advised this morning that you preferred not to wear the leg brace and you wanted to be in the leg shackles. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you discuss with your counsel the fact that you have the right to wear the leg brace because the shackles may be evident to the jurors? Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. And so you have the right not to wear the shackles, to wear a leg brace so that the jury would not be informed that you were incarcerated. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. And you want to waive that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you had ample time to discuss that with your counsel?
Ample time.
Okay. And as you know, I think you know, we're at some point during this case, we're going to go on a view. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So certainly if you were wearing the shackles at that time, again, it might be very evident to the jurors that you are incarcerated. You have no objection to that?
No.
And this is your choice?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything that the state wishes the court to inquire on in this regard any further?
I think only briefly, Your Honor, just that the defendant does have the right, if he wishes to choose to switch to the leg brace at some time, that he just needs to let his counsel know that and they would bring it to the court's attention. And so.
Okay.
Yes, I think there was a bit of a mistake there. He does want the leg thing for the view. It is sitting here all day in that thing that became very disconcerting during the other trial.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you both for that. If you do want to switch, you can, but it may be that the jurors already see that you have the shackles on, so they may already know that you are incarcerated, and that we can't turn back the clock on. You understand that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, if at any point you change your mind about that, let your counsel know, and we can get you the leg brace. But if they hear the jangling of the chains there, and the jurors are aware that you are incarcerated, that's not going to be a reason to not continue to go forward with this trial.
So there you go. Okay, that was with the Grizzly boost. If you didn't know, here we do like 1.25, 1.75, any of those fast speeds. And you know what? YouTube has just updated their... Thank you to the person who emailed me this, by the way. If you look at the speed settings, there's now a custom speed. We just talked about this in the last trial. Like, can't they make it that it's custom, that we could listen on 1.1? I love it. We've got custom speed now. So anyway, with this clip, can you believe that before it even started, I mean, I can believe it based on him, but like, he's like, yeah, shackles. Why are you so worried about it, dude? Because you're not even going to be there for the view. You're not going to be in the courtroom. You're going to sit out like a freaking bench warmer. But he should be there, Then we've got this one, which is yesterday when he acknowledged guilt on 2 charges. Okay, so let's listen to this.
You admit to each and every element of the offense of falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse. Is that okay? And did you speak with your lawyers in detail about that?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed the opening statement in which they will tell that to the jurors?
Yes, I did.
And do you wish for them to acknowledge your guilt on both of those charges, falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse?
Yes.
And do you understand that it would be the state's obligation to prove each and every element of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt before the jury could find you guilty? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And that by agreeing to allow them to acknowledge this in opening statements, the jurors can find you guilty of those 2 offenses, relying on that information. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, and that is what you wish to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have any further question about that?
No, I do not.
All right. Anything further that the state requests?
Nothing is further than
This guy. So now you heard it. That's what he was admitting guilt to, is 2 charges: abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence.
request, we assume that the court would take that into account and make a decision whether or not he's making a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of essentially proof of his facts and proceeding this way, which I'm sure the court will do.
Okay. So anything you want to add, Attorney Smith?
Not on that issue.
Okay. So, Mr. Montgomery, having heard from you that you've discussed this with your lawyers, that you've reviewed the opening statements, the draft of the opening statement, that you acknowledge that you understand that the burden of proof is on the state to prove each of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt, and that is understanding that it is your desire for them to proceed with that strategy, the court does find that this is a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of your rights and will allow them to proceed on that basis. Okay?
Oh, yep.
Okay. So, while I have you, today you did refuse transport, so I want to talk to you about tomorrow. As we discussed with you this morning, you can't change your mind midway through the day, but you can inform the court if you wish to come tomorrow. And what I would like to do, and each day thereafter. So you can come, and we will send a transport for you. That is your absolute right. But as I explained to you this morning, it's also your right to waive your presence and for us to proceed in your absence. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to instruct the Sheriff's Office and the Department of Corrections that someone will ask you tomorrow morning, do you wish to come to court today? We will have transport available to you if you want to come, but I am not inclined to send a car up there to pick you up only to have you refuse. So do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have any concern about that procedure?
No, I do not.
Okay. So it is our intention to have someone ask you tomorrow morning whether or not you wish to come. And whenever they come to ask you that question, they're going to need an answer from you so that we have sufficient time to make sure that we get you down here in order for us to start the trial in a timely manner. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I believe your counsel will be speaking to you later, at some point later today?
Not today.
Oh, not today.
We can't.
Okay.
24-hour notice.
Okay. So that's going to be the procedure for tomorrow morning and each day thereafter of this trial, unless and until the court makes a different order on that. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything further from the state while Mr. Montgomery is present?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Montgomery,
That was that. Okay, let's just hear the last sentence.
you're free to go now. I appreciate that that you are speaking with us when we need to speak with you, because we are keeping the jurors waiting when we do this.
Oh my word, this guy. So there you heard it. I'm going to show you a little clip of him because they actually showed him on WMUR TV later on that Zoom call. I don't know if you could watch the whole trial on Zoom. I would really hope not, that he's sitting there in his jail cell. He probably is. There's probably TVs and things or tablets. I don't know. This guy. Princess and the Chai. Am I saying it right? Chi? I work in New Hampshire, live in Maine. Weather here is freezing. Spring, winter, fall, or super hot summer. How dare you have a child in the car? Thank you so much for your sticker and for that input. I just really want to see what I've got here. I've got some map time for you. And then let's just look at this. Look, the jury went on a view, right? So they went on a little trip to go, and I'm going to show you the map time of what they did so that you could see everywhere they went, because I was very curious. Of course, you know, I'm always like, wait, how far is that? Where's the courtroom? What are they looking at? And especially because he admitted guilt to those 2 charges, I wondered, are they still able to then see, like, the shelter or, you know, like, important locations? And is it going to be the same witnesses testifying? Are they still allowed to bring in the same evidence? And it seems so, actually, you know. I had a little listen earlier just to see how rough it's going to be for us, how much I need to tell us all to brace ourselves. And yeah, no, they're just going with all the information, so nothing's being left out, okay? So this was the bus. It's not a sus bus. Sometimes when we have our member streams, we're like, we're getting on the sus bus. No, there's not a sus bus. Although, is it a sus bus? They're going to look at all the sus locations. Could be. So this was the bus. I just want to show you.
The first stop of the jury view was a methadone clinic located at 20 Market Street. Prosecutors say this is where Adam and Kayla Montgomery took their children back in December of 2019.
That was a little view of him, okay? Little view of Adam Montgomery. My word. So let's just look at this little clip here. And they starting off, they go from the courthouse to this methadone clinic. So just have a listen to this. And then I'm going to show it to you on the map, okay?
It's here where prosecutors say Adam began his assault on his daughter, Harmony. The jury then traced the family steps to the Burger King on Daniel Webster Highway. Prosecutors say the Montgomerys went there after the clinic, and the state alleges that Adam continued to hit Harmony along the way. From there, it was the Colonial Village Apartments on West River Road. This is where the state says the Montgomery family lived out of their car after they were evicted from their Gilford Street home. Prosecutors allege that it was here where Adam Montgomery used drugs while Harmony was dying in the back seat of the car.
That whole sentence, that's rough stuff. This is next level disturbing. So please make sure that you brace yourself. It is a very traumatizing case. It is about the murder of a 5-year-old girl with a horrible, horrible sperm donor of a guy. You know, the dad, Adam Montgomery. He's the defendant. Defense Diaries podcast. Nice to see you here. I see you brought coffee, okay? Triple coffee. We like that. Welcome. So yeah, here's the bus and off they go to the next one.
The last stop was the site of the former Portland Pie Company. It's where Adam used to work and where the state alleges that he stored his daughter's remains in a walk-in freezer.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but now we're going to do a little bit of map time. Okay, so what I've mapped out here for you, if we just pull it like this. Okay, so they started off at the courthouse. I'm actually going to zoom in like this. Just stand by 1 second, please, and then we'll be right with you. There's also some new documents that are dropping in the Delphi case, you guys. Obviously, I'm busy covering this trial right now, but maybe Defense Diaries podcast will be going over it. You could check that out later there. I'll be lurking, or watching the replay or whatever it is. Okay, so they started here at this Hillsborough Superior Court North. This is where they got on the sus bus. They got on the bus, okay, and then they first went to 20 Market Street. Let me just try to find it. It's right here. This was the first place they went to, which is the methadone clinic, okay? Yeah, Janet says buckle up. G's driving. Everybody buckle up. So they went to this 20 Market Street, which is where Adam and Kayla went to get methadone. And I'm so sorry if I don't know this. I should have asked first or done some research, okay? But methadone would be to help overcome a heroin addiction, am I right? Because that was his primary drug. So I think that's why they went to this methadone clinic, right? Anyway, so that was here. So they went from the court on the bus like this, and they went to 20 Market Street, and then they went to a Burger King, which is all the way up here. This Burger King, and apparently, what I remember from that probable cause affidavit, and I think we're going to hear more in the opening statements, after Adam hit Harmony a lot for having toilet accidents in the back of that vehicle, the DV that killed her, they went to this Burger King and got food. They got food and had drugs while Harmony was in the back with her two half brothers who were aged 2.5 and 10 months old. That is next level. Like, this guy can do that and then just go and get a bite to eat. Like, I don't know, man. It's just the coldest thing I can ever imagine. Like, the guy is really a monster. I know we say that sometimes about some killers or alleged killers or whatever. But this guy is a monster, though. You know? The definition of, I can't believe this guy. So they went into the Burger King. So they took a road trip there. And then afterwards, they went to the Colonial Village Apartments, which was here, which is where they used to park the car and stay overnight after they were evicted from that 77 Gilford Street house. Thank you so much, Phantom. And then after that, they went to 786 Elm Street. Where is it? Really like Nightmare on Elm Street, right? 786 Elm Street. Where is that? Oh, there. It's right here by Market Street. So they went to the 786 Elm Street, as well as so I'm sure they actually went around. They showed it like in that order. They spoke about it in that order, but I'm sure they would have gone on a loop to Burger King, come back around, gone to this West Webster and Elm Street. This is where the car apparently broke down, the Chrysler Sebring. If you're not sure what I'm saying, if I'm referring to the Chrysler Sebring, or wait, when did the car break down or how, I would highly recommend checking out my playlist, because we did a really good overview that you could watch at 1.5 speed and catch up in no time, okay? Just so that you know the basics of the case. It would definitely help. But on the day, December 7th of 2019, it is alleged that Adam Montgomery struck Harmony Montgomery multiple times with a closed fist on her head, and she died from those injuries. And then they went to the Burger King, as I say, and then later the car broke down here. The car was towed so they could actually corroborate that story from Kayla Montgomery. And so they went there, and then they went back to the courthouse. So that's what happened yesterday. El Serduk, am I saying it right? Or is it like Serduk? Thank you so much for your 80 Australian dollars. I really appreciate it. My goodness. It's going for the trial coffee fund, because I'm going to need coffee, right? So this is what they did yesterday. The jury view was this map time that you see here. And I was wondering, like, how long would that all take? But the entire round trip, if you just go all at once, is about 30 minutes or so. So, you know, they got all the instructions by 2 p.m. Eastern yesterday, and off they went in that bus. But by the time they'd come back, they called it a day, and they said, okay, we're coming back the next day for opening statements, which is actually what we're going to be watching now. So let me just quickly refresh over here. Just hold on 1 second. Okay. Are we ready now? This was now the recap of day one. Okay, so I think we're all up to speed. welcome to the stream. If you're only joining now, we've just recapped what happened yesterday because I didn't stream it yesterday because there wasn't all that much that we could see. Now, I think this was much more productive to just recap everything, look at the map time, which I'm glad I also had time to do, to have a look at everything that was said and done and understand like what is going on. Why would Adam Montgomery do that? And think about it. And I'm like, oh, he's probably going to blame Kayla because that's what he does. Just blame woman, right? Pistol Amy, you said, I was anticipating outbursts from Adam Montgomery in the courtroom, especially with Kayla on the stand. Clearly doesn't have much self-control, just food for thought. Well, the thing is, I don't know if that's why he's not in the courtroom. I don't think so. I think he's not in the courtroom because he's a complete coward. But, I mean, I don't know if that's part of it. He didn't have outbursts, though, when he had his weapons trial. If you guys didn't see the 4-day weapons trial, I did also, in my playlist, make you highlights from that trial. Like all the best moments, witnesses that we could expect. Well, not all the best moments. There was one witness I would have loved to put in my clips. But we looked at witnesses that we could expect to see at this trial. Okay, so just give me a second here. I just really want to find the right spot for us. And then I'm going to pull up day 2 opening statement. So let me just quickly do this. Thank you so much all for being here. I really appreciate it and watching the trial with you. Okay, so somewhere here. Okay, we want to do a boost as well. We'll boost the sound as needed. And here we go. Don't know what's up with that sound. There we go. Okay, hold on. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Grizzlies. Ladies, gentlemen, and Grizzlies. Welcome to day 2 of the Adam Montgomery trial. We are now going to be watching opening statements and then continue on with the first witnesses. And now you'll see the point, especially if you're new here, of starting later, because we're going to skip right over those coffee breaks and lunch breaks, okay?
Rise for the jury.
Yep.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you yesterday, we hoped and planned that we would begin with opening statements this morning, and that's exactly where we are. So when the state is ready.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's just quickly pause it there. And if you don't like pauses, please go watch it on mainstream media channels where there's no talking head in the corner here. Grizzly K, this is my channel and I'm going to talk. So, okay, the state, the 2 attorneys for the state would be Ben Agadi and Christopher Knowles. I believe this guy is Ben Agadi. Defense is Caroline Smith and James Brooks. And the judge is Amy Messer. And it's the same judge. It's actually the same team that we saw for Adam Montgomery's weapons trial. So... yes, I will put clues up on the screen. If you don't know what's going on or if you just want a quick recap of the case, I've made a little banner there for you. The victim is, of course, Harmony Montgomery. She was only 5 years old when she died. And the defendant is Adam Montgomery. Okay, so look for that and I'll put some text up on the screen just to let you know who is talking at the moment.
Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony? When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony, there's one person who is not. One person. The one person who should have been looking for Harmony was not. Her biological father, that defendant that you saw 2 days ago, he wasn't looking for her. And in fact, he was hoping that she wouldn't be found. His concern was not with finding this innocent 5-year-old girl. His concern was that she would be found, and that his heinous and depraved actions would be brought to light. That's because he was the only person in this world who knows where Harmony is, who knows where her body is, and he was hoping that she would never be found. The one person, the one and only person who murdered Harmony, who butchered her body, and who disposed of her like yesterday's trash. This case is about Harmony Montgomery. I don't want that to get lost as we progress.
So, trigger warning, everyone. It's really, really rough information, okay? It just is. There's very little I can do about what this guy is going to say, who's it's Benagari for the state's opening statements, okay? But if you did watch all the coverage that I've done so far, part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you'll be prepared for what you're about to hear. But just know, it's not easy. It's a devastating case. I really appreciate you being here with me, but if it's too much for you, just take a step away. Come back whenever you're ready. Your seat will be safe for you, okay?
Throughout this lengthy trial. This case is about Harmony Montgomery, but it's also about the defendant, his actions, his rage, his brutality, and his escalation in violence. The murder of Harmony Montgomery, that was just the beginning of the depraved actions of this defendant and what this case is all about. It's about a man who, for 2 years, evaded apprehension, didn't have to answer for his crimes, had no appreciation or concern about Harmony being missing because he already knew she was dead. For 2 years before the Manchester Police Department initiated their search for Harmony Montgomery, that man got away with murder. His only concern, other than Harmony's body being found, was to keep his wife, Kayla Montgomery, from coming in here and telling you all what he did to her. His heinous actions, his cover-up, what she witnessed. For 2 years, he got away with butchering a 5-year-old girl. And that defendant made sure that Harmony would never be found, that she'd be gone without a trace. You'll see, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence of the horrible things that he did to her, and he would get away with it. And so he went to great lengths to cover up his crimes, to cover up beating Harmony to death for a bathroom accident. He went to great lengths to cover up his conduct. Beating Harmony to death because she soiled herself. And he thought that if he destroyed the evidence, what remained of Harmony, if he destroyed Harmony, he could never be charged. He was careless in this meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. We're going to hear about those mistakes because it's evidence of his crimes. It's evidence of what he did. So let's talk about the evidence in this case. On December 7th, 2019, the defendant beat Harmony to death because she had a bathroom accident, something she had no control over. She had peed her pants, and he murdered her in a series of attacks, of brutal strikes that began that morning in the car that she was living out of and ended in the Burger King parking lot that you all saw yesterday on The View. He carried her body with him for months. For months he carried her body. And he discarded her with zero appreciation for the life that he'd taken. Just a fear of being caught. And in the months that followed, he beat, he injured, he terrorized the only witness to his crime, the only person that could come in here and tell you what he did. She was his loose end, Kayla Montgomery, his wife. He conditioned Kayla through force and through threats with the purpose of making sure that she would never come in here and tell you what she'd seen, what he did.
I'm glad we can boost it, because even with the boost, my goodness, the sound is not great, huh? Let's do a little bit more. Okay.
Beating Harmony to death for another accident, destroying her body, freezing her, thawing her, squeezing the liquid out of her, compressing.
That was a rough sentence, squeezing the liquid out of her. See, there's some parts of the, just one little paragraph actually. It was a sentence that I had redacted from reading the PCA because it was horrendous to hear what Adam Montgomery allegedly did to Harmony Montgomery's body after a couple of months of keeping her body in bags and freezers and things. So that is what he's referring to, but we're not going to get into too much detail about that, okay?
Her body into a bag like this one.
Look at the judge's face.
Compressing her body into a bag like this one and filling it with lime to further decompose her. Unspeakable things. And this is what he did to the only witness he left alive.
Okay, whoa. So, there's going to be a trigger warning now for an image of Kayla Montgomery, from what I can tell. I think that's Kayla Montgomery, and it's very triggering for those who have, been through domestic violence, okay? So just know that. Remember also to please always share the DV signal. This is a DV distress signal, okay? If you see someone doing this, they are asking for help. Call the police, call a manager, hopefully the police. But if you need to call like a bar manager or restaurant manager or something, or take down a license plate number or something, that's what that means, okay? Oh, sorry, like this. There we go. So also just know, if you are watching here with us, we do not want any spoilers. No spoilers, please, because we're starting late on purpose to skip through the breaks, not so that, people can go lurk elsewhere and come here and tell us everything that happened. We don't want that, okay? No spoilers. So prepare yourself for this image, okay? Here we go.
She was beaten, she was conditioned, and she was living in fear. She was in a nightmare with no end, while he dragged around Harmony's body for months. And I want to pause here for just a moment. I want to thank all of you for being here. This is going to be a lengthy trial. You're going to hear many difficult things. That's not lost on us. It's not lost on the attorneys that are in this case. So thank you for taking the time out of your lives to come here and listen to the evidence, to judge the evidence. It's necessary. It's a necessary function. And if you listen to the evidence, if you keep an open mind, and if you follow Judge Messer's instructions, you'll understand the timeline of Harmony's death, of the cover-up. You'll understand the horrible things that defendant did, why he assaulted, why he murdered, why he terrorized, and after he was done with all of this, why he destroyed evidence, why he lied, why he blocked his friends and family, why he manipulated his wife into doing terrible things to hide his crime, to hide the victim that he'd murdered. So let's talk about the victim that he murdered, the victim that he made sure couldn't come into this courtroom and tell you the horrible things that he did to her.
Shame. Look at her. I don't know how, it's silly to say how can anyone, because people do, but how can anyone hurt the sweet girl? And she was, I think, legally blind in her right eye. She wasn't blind in both eyes, but blind in one eye. Special needs. So sweet. Young. She was only 5 years old when she died. She was only with Adam Montgomery for, I think it was 10 months. He'd seen her before that 11 times in her whole life, including a few times in prison when Crystal, her mother, had taken her to go and visit her dad, to meet him and visit him. So I think he saw her like 9 times her whole life before he took custody of her. Oh, man. Also, for those of you asking, how old were the other kids? Because Adam had Harmony with Crystal Sorey, okay? And she's also testifying. She's on the witness list as well, so she'll be testifying as well. We've gone over the witness list before. So, of course, Crystal will be there. Looking forward to Uncle Kevin being there and all the ones we talked about before. But Adam and Crystal had Harmony. And then Adam got married to Kayla Montgomery, and he had 3 children with her. But when Harmony was alive, he had 2 boys. And they were 10 months old and 2.5 years old at the time when Harmony was allegedly murdered in the car. So they were all living in this Chrysler Sebring in, by the end of November, beginning December of 2019. As in mom, dad, meaning Adam Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery, Harmony Montgomery, and the 2 boys, aged 10 months and 2.5 years old, living in this Chrysler Sebring. So even that is horrifying to think about what Kayla's story is, what she says happened, because were the other boys just sitting in the car? You know, did he ever abuse them? What happened to them? It's absolutely disturbing to think that this could happen with a car full of kids. So in case you didn't know, okay, I'm going to fill you in as I see questions being repeated and people not knowing what's happening. Then I'm just going to pause and fill us in, okay? Here and there, we also need some breaks because this information is very difficult to listen to.
Her name is Harmony Montgomery. And there are 4 descriptions that you're going to hear of Harmony during the course of this trial, some of them horrible. Harmony was born to the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and her mother, Crystal Sorey. She was born on June 7th of 2014. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a Minnie Mouse fan. She was a fun-loving girl that loved being a big sister. She was just 5 years old when the defendant brutally murdered her. During the course of her brief life, she was a fun-loving girl. She was someone that defied all odds. She spent most of her life with Tim and Michelle Raftery, her foster parents, who she called Daddy and Mommy Michelle. And those odds that she defied. When Tim and Michelle got Harmony, when they got custody of her, she was just 2 months old. And Michelle was told she's not going to live past 7 months, told that she had learning disabilities. And still you'll hear that Harmony was an intelligent girl. She was a curious child. She was a child that ran with other children, played with them. She was potty trained at a very early age. At a very early age, she was potty trained, and that'll become important as we progress throughout this trial, so keep that in mind. Harmony was potty trained at a very early age. She wasn't someone that was bound by limitations, and you'll hear that when she lived with her mommy Michelle and her mommy Crystal, she was thriving. She was thriving in school. She was thriving with her peers. She was a child like any other. She was full of life. But that's just one description of Harmony, and I told you there are more. The defendant got custody of Harmony in February of 2019. At that time, she was only 4 years old. And the second description is darker. It comes from the 10 days before the defendant murdered her, and we'll talk about that more as we go along. The 10 days before he murdered her. In the second description, not the one where Harmony's thriving, in this one, she's scared, she's skinny, she's constantly exhausted, and she's bruised. At this point in Harmony's brief life, she's not able to control her bladder, she's not able to control her bowel movements. She's soiling herself. And during this period, the time when the defendant had her, those 10 days, she went from living in their home on Gilford Street at 77 Gilford Street to being homeless and living in a car, in the family's car. And when they were living in that car, those bathroom accidents got worse and worse, and they came more and more often. And you'll hear about the defendant's rage, this rage of the defendants that was building and building with each and every accident. And each time Harmony had an accident in that 10-day period, the defendant would strike her. That rage only growing, adding to that fear.
I mean, she was likely having accidents because she's so traumatized. She's so scared of him. But every time that she has an accident, he does things that would make her more scared of him. So he's an absolute idiot and an abuser, allegedly, from what we know so far, right?
And the next 2 descriptions come from the actions that the defendant took after he had murdered Harmony, after he beat her to death. You'll hear that she went from this little girl full of life, a girl that radiated happiness, that radiated joy, to a scared girl, broken, bruised. And from there she went to the dead girl in the duffel bag. And after that she went to the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that the defendant slept under for months. For months, as Harmony's body fluid, her blood, leaked through that duffel bag and was absorbed into that ceiling, he slept under her. That's what he did to her. That's what he made Harmony. His actions. Remember that as we go along. This case is about his actions.
In case you're wondering, he's pointing, Ben Agadi is pointing to the defense table, but Adam Montgomery is not in the courtroom. So I guess it's still a good strategy to point towards the defense table, right? His actions, but he's not there. Okay.
And those are the descriptions of Harmony. That's what the defendant made her before he disposed of her. Harmony was just 5 years old when the defendant beat her to death, but her story continues long after her death with the gruesome actions that the defendant took, the things that he did to her, the places that he took her. 3 people witnessed Harmony's death, her murder, and they survived. Her 2 younger brothers, one just 5 months old, the other 2 years old, and her stepmother, Kayla Montgomery. Back then, Kayla was the defendant's wife. She was mother of his 2 small children, his 2 boys. They met when they were kids, and they married in 2017. And eventually they moved to Manchester, New Hampshire, and they lived at the home on 77 Gilford Street. The defendant stayed home with the children, and Kayla worked. She was a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts. And during the 6 months leading up to Harmony's murder, their marriage was on the rocks. But Kayla tried to make it work. She wanted to make it work for her family. She wanted to make it work so that she didn't lose another person that she loved. But this case, it's not about Kayla. It's not about what Kayla did. It's not about what Kayla didn't do. Remember that as we go along. It's about what the defendant did. Kayla was the defendant's loose end. She was the witness to his crimes. She was the witness to his confession to an assault that took place against Harmony by the defendant in July of 2019. She was witness to Harmony's murder. She was witness to the defendant compressing Harmony into bag, smaller bag, smaller bag, compressing her more and more over the months that he had her, adding lime to that bag. And she was witness to the defendant disposing of Harmony. She was the witness that was left alive. So let's talk about that first event, the assault on Harmony from July of 2019. That summer, the summer of 2019, was Harmony's first time living with the defendant. It was her first summer with the defendant. And again, they lived at this home.
Her first summer with the defendant, her biological father, Adam Montgomery. And things got so bad so quickly. For people that also wonder about Kayla Montgomery, I understand, like that you can say, how could she, I don't know, keep quiet, be in the car, all of this. Coercive control is terrible. Being a victim of coercive control and a domestic violence abuser is in itself horrendous. I believe that she was terrified of him, which is what she says she was. But let's just hear as the trial progresses. Thank you so much for being here and watching with us. I really appreciate it.
On Gilford Street. You'll hear that they lived there with Helen Montgomery, the defendant's grandmother, and the defendant's uncle Kevin. And Helen and Kevin left that summer. They went down to Florida, and there Helen had a triple bypass surgery, and Kevin stayed with her. He accompanied her to help her in her recovery. And you'll hear that Kevin was gone for 3 weeks. And when Kevin left, when he left that home, Harmony was uninjured. No bruises. Uninjured. But when he came back, Harmony had a large black eye. A black eye that was so swollen that the profile of her face had changed.
See, that information we didn't know yet, that is horrendous. Because we're thinking, well, why would DCYF, which is like Child Protective Services, right? Why would they write like, oh, what a happy family, or they don't see anything wrong, or they went there to investigate the black eye, and then they said, oh, Adam explained it away as like they were just horsing around. The kids were just playing, so. But that sounds horrendous.
It was horrible. This girl was bruised. She was injured. And her face was swollen. And when Kevin walked through that door, he saw Harmony. And this immediately stood out to him. This was his niece, his great niece. And the defendant was standing next to Harmony, and he said, Harmony, what did you do? What happened to you? And Harmony didn't even have time to answer. The defendant interrupted and said, she didn't do nothing. I bashed her around this house. I beat the dog shit out of her. That's what he told his uncle about Harmony. What happened?
Those are the words he said to Uncle Kevin? A lot of new information already. I beat the dog shit out of her is what he said? Oh man. And we already know he tried to sell the dog to get substances. So yeah, absolutely heart this guy. Eileen said that he make money by keeping Harmony. He would have gotten benefits, especially for her special needs, being blind and needing glasses and things like that. They got food stamps and things like that also on her name. So yes, unfortunately, yes.
Happened to her, how she got that injury. I beat her. I did that. The defendant in this case. You'll hear that this shocked Kevin. It frightened him. And that was the last night he stayed in the house. He never went back there. He spent that night in his house and he got out of there. And in the time that followed, he did everything he could to get Harmony help. He contacted authorities. He contacted DCYF, contacted Child Services. You'll hear that he was unsuccessful. This assault from July of 2019, that's separate and apart from the murder charges. Different incident. So I want to talk about the murder now. And to do that, again, we have to talk about the 10-day period before the defendant brutally murdered Harmony. Those 10 days where Harmony had major life changes. You'll hear that the family went from living in that home on Gilford Street to being evicted and living in their silver Chrysler Sebring. And while they were living in the Sebring, they were parked. While they were living in the Sebring, they parked in that parking lot we saw yesterday at Colonial Village, the apartments. They stayed there in their car. And Harmony, at this point, had another major life change. She started having accidents.
Shame, because you're so terrified of him. And who wouldn't be? I mean, just hear the things that he says and does. I mean, Kayla Montgomery, who was married to him, was absolutely terrified of him as well. So he conceded guilt for 2 charges, which I know we were all wondering, does that mean now they can't speak about certain evidence? Is that why he did it? But it seems not. He didn't plead guilty. I think there's a tiny little word difference. If there's a lawyer in the chat, please let us know. But from everything I researched, they said a plea is entered before the trial. The concession of guilt happens during the trial. So he conceded guilt to abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence charges. But it seems like they are still able to talk about the evidence and everything. I think that he did it so that the second-degree assault and second-degree murder charges, he's going to point fingers at somebody else, which would plausibly be Kayla, because she was in the car with him. Another adult in the car with him. So her DNA is in the car as much as his DNA is in the car. And it's her story against his. You know what I mean? So I think that's the strategy that him and his defense are going for in conceding guilt to those other 2 charges.
Peeing herself. She was incontinent. She couldn't control when she had to go to the bathroom. She was peeing herself and she was pooping herself. This girl that prided herself on being able to control her body. Basic functions. She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life. For 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny, and he would hit her. He would strike her with a fist.
Oh, man. Sure. At least the jury got to see him, because they say that who the man who you saw 2 days ago, because now he's obviously chickened out of being in the courtroom. Every day he's not in the courtroom so far. I don't know on which day he's going to be like, surprise, I'm here. Or is he just going to avoid the entire trial? He was in the courtroom on camera throughout his weapons trial, but that was only a 4-day trial. And I think those charges he might feel all, I don't know what, gangster about, because it's like, ooh, okay, weapons charges and career criminal. This, it's almost like he can't deal with these charges. He's just like, yeah, no, that's not me. And also why? I don't think it's because of feeling guilty. I think it would be to survive prison. You know, because if in prison he's like, yeah, you know, career criminal, weapons charges, all that gangster stuff, as I say, that's one thing. But once you go to prison as a child killer, ooh, oh, good luck, you know. So, welcome, Jordan. So that's what I think happened there. So, yes, just again, trigger warning, if you want, I've actually made this, it was a little bit too much writing, okay? I've made it nice so you could see state's opening statements, you could see exactly what's happening. If you need a case recap, it's all in the description box for you. Just go below the video, click more, and it will just show you the case background, and you can just read that if you're not too sure what this case is about, if you are new here, okay? And if you are new, please check out the playlist, because there's a lot of catch-up for you to do. There's some homework. Here at Grizzly True Crime, you get assigned homework sometimes, but only because we know it will help you so much, okay? If you could just have the case overview, just know the timeline a little bit, it's going to help you understand the trial a lot better, so that we can all, you know, share our informed opinions on the case. Okay, so let's continue.
Over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse, and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared would happen, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her. He struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head, and he continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View, and there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment.
So that's after hitting Harmony that hard, to the point where it killed her. Later, it took some time, which is also very distressing to hear about. She was making like sounds in the background, in the back of the car and things like that. We'd gone over that before as well. But we looked at the Maptime at the beginning of the stream, so I hope you'll check it out. I'll do the timestamps for you after the stream, so if you're watching the replay, just hover over that to see the Maptime of exactly where the jury went for this view, and that's what they're referring to now. The methadone clinic on 20 Market Street, okay?
We'll hear that Kayla went in first, the defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry, and so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage that had been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over. He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, he continued hitting her. hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant, seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony. She tried to stop him. You'll hear that in that moment, he looked at her as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. And when he pulled up to another light as he was driving to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. This time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something." And he didn't stop. He continued with his drive. Pulled into that parking lot at Burger King and he ordered his food. He ordered his food and he ate. He didn't stop to check on Harmony. He didn't look back at her. He didn't show any concern for the...
Can you imagine? So he hits this little girl, Harmony Montgomery, 5 years old, his own daughter, violently and so many times. And then he just pulls into Burger King and he's like, "Okay, time for a meal." Wow, if that doesn't leave an impression on the jury of what kind of defendant they're dealing with, I don't know what will.
This innocent little girl, the child he'd just beaten. He ordered his food and he ate. And he didn't stop. You'll hear that at that time, after that last blow, after that last strike to her small head, she began moaning and making a gurgling sound. Sounds that continued on and off for several minutes. And he didn't show any concern. Ate his food, and he continued driving towards the Colonial apartment parking lot. And while he was there, he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes, showing no concern for the child that was dying in his backseat just feet away from him. And Kayla, you'll hear, was too scared to look back. She couldn't look back. She was frozen. She was terrified to see what he had done to this small child. She could just hear that moaning, those gargling sounds, sounds that eventually stopped. After the defendant ordered his food and he was driving back, he did his drugs. Listening to those noises, not showing any concern, he pulled into the Colonial Village parking lot and he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes. He ate his food and he did his drugs, and Harmony slowly died.
Sure, you guys, I'm glad that we can watch this together. It's really, really rough. It's really sad. It's devastating. You can't even imagine that this can happen. But that's apparently what happened. So this would probably, I don't know, it might not be the worst of the trial, but I can only imagine that this summary is some of the worst information that we're going to hear. I hope you can, if you're feeling like this is too much, come back for the defense, okay? Because maybe we can get snarky, depending on what they say, of course. Because I think Adam Montgomery's strategy would be to blame Kayla Montgomery, who was a victim of domestic violence and coercive control, I would say, coercive control too, and terrified for her own life. He did threaten to kill her, saying, "If you tell anyone, I will kill you." Eventually, her mother got a protective order, and she had to run and hide from him. And he went and stalked her at her mother's house. And when they came out the next day to fetch the post, there was a steak knife there by the window where he'd been stalking her. He's a very, very scary guy. If you have not watched the Dark Criminal Past episode that I did that's on the playlist, go and check it out. Because I would speculate he could even be a serial killer for all we know. And that's not a wild speculation. Go and look at that and let me know what you think. He's really incredibly dangerous, incredibly violent, a career criminal who's been committing crimes since he was at least 12 years old. So it sounds like a very scary guy. And you know how it goes with people like that? What did they do first? They love bomb you. So maybe she was love bombed and she got married. They'd been married for about 2 years, I think, when this happened. It might have been like absolutely terrifying. I know people want to blame Kayla Montgomery. Before all the deep diving I did in the case, I felt the same. But the more I looked at it, I'm like, oh, okay, whoa. Like, I don't know. Dealing with this guy sounds extremely scary, but it is devastating to think that no one called the police, no one called 911, no one called the paramedics, no one got her any medical attention. Harmony Montgomery died in the back of a Chrysler Sebring with her 2 half-brothers next to her, apparently. I actually don't know where the brothers were sitting, but they were only 2.5 years old and 10 months old. And then Adam and Kayla in the car. So Kayla Montgomery is Harmony's stepmom, in case you didn't know, okay?
And when he was done with that, still showing no concern for Harmony, he pulled out of the parking lot where they'd been living. And when he made it to the intersection of Webster and Elm, which you saw on the view yesterday, his car died. It died just as Harmony had died several minutes before. The defendant realized they were going to have to abandon that vehicle. And so he started removing items, getting the kids out, shaking Harmony, telling her to wake up. She wasn't responding. She couldn't. She was dead. He had done that. And when he realized that Harmony was no longer alive, that he'd murdered her, he grabbed a duffel bag. Remember, they were living in that car. All of their items, all of their possessions were in that car. He grabbed the duffel bag and he stuffed Harmony's body inside. And remember those descriptions that I told you about Harmony, what you'd hear throughout this trial. That's when Harmony became the dead girl in the duffel bag. He did that to her. That's what he made her.
So just to catch you up there with what he said, Adam Montgomery and Kayla did not try to resuscitate Harmony. When they had, gone to Burger King, eaten, taken some substances, gone back to the Colonial Village apartments, they were heading towards there, right? The car broke down at some point there. Whoa, in all of that, when Harmony Montgomery was dying and had died, they didn't try to resuscitate her. That's what scared me so much about Adam Montgomery. And I'm like, damn, I need to dig into this guy's past. But like the entire rap sheet and let's do a deep dive. That's what we did, right? Because I'm like, to just be like, oh, okay, let me just grab a duffel bag. An Under Armour duffel bag. Sorry, Under Armour, okay. But it was an Under Armour duffel bag that he grabbed at the back, chucked out what was in it, which was some clothes and things, I think they said in that probable cause affidavit and now, and put Harmony's body in there. And how weird. This guy is such a control freak that he actually held onto her body for about 4 months. It's so weird what he did. And it's sickening what he did when you actually hear all the details of what he did to her body. Like keeping and preserving and squishing it into bags. It is next level. This guy is really, really scary.
The defendant stuffed her into that bag and he went on about his day as if nothing happened. But Harmony's murder, that was only the beginning. And remember what I told you, this case, it's about the actions of the defendant. It didn't stop after he murdered Harmony. That was the beginning of his conduct. His actions didn't end when he brutally murdered Harmony. You'll hear about how he carried her for months, scheming, plotting, coming up with a plan of how to get rid of Harmony somewhere she would never be found. And they went back to the Colonial Village parking lot that afternoon. They had a friend there, a friend who let them stay in his Audi. And you'll hear that that friend brought them dinner for 2 nights, the 2 nights that they stayed there, December 7th and 8th. He brought them dinner, and notably, he didn't see Harmony with him. He didn't see Harmony because she was in that duffel bag, the duffel bag that he was moving between the trunk of that Audi SUV and the ground outside. At night, he would keep her in the ground between his car, the Audi SUV, and the dumpsters that you saw yesterday that you walked around in that parking lot.
I'm kind of glad that the jury first went for this view, because now the opening statements have even more impact, because they went on this, they had like just a little bit of information before and they got on that bus and they went around, but now they can literally visualize it. So if they are visual learners like many of us are, Wow, they can now imagine, wait, what? So he did what now? And then he put a body where in the snow and what? It's I'm sure this would have an impact on them as they hear this, right? Joe Jackalone, it is so nice to see you in chat. You said there's a special place on Dante's Ninth Circle for this guy, right? If you guys haven't checked out Joe Jackalone's channel, you could just click on him right here, okay? On there in the chat, and then go subscribe to him. He was a guest on the show. I think it was last Saturday. So go check out that episode talking about the Long Island serial killer. And he actually did an episode this morning, a quick live stream. I was there. If you saw me there, hi. To discuss this case and the charges that Adam Montgomery is now facing, which is second-degree murder, second-degree assault, and tampering with witnesses and informants. The other two charges, abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence, those he admitted guilt to. He conceded guilt to those charges, okay? And no, he's not in the courtroom. I believe it is the defendant's right to choose if he's going to be in the courtroom or not every day. They're going to ask him every morning. I don't know. I would almost guess that every morning he's going to be like, nope, until it's the defense's turn, you know, until maybe the state rests their case. We'll see.
He kept her on the ground because it was cold outside. Remember, this was in December, and he wanted to keep her body cold. From the Colonial Village parking lot, they went to Kayla's mother's home, and they stayed there for the rest of the month. She picked them up in her van, and that's where Harmony stayed for several days while the defendant looked for somewhere more suitable to keep her. And he found something more suitable. In the entryway of Christina Lubin, Kayla's mother's home, he found this open cooler.
I don't know if you guys remember the probable cause affidavit. If not, it's on the playlist, but they showed us this in it, and they said that they didn't actually find any forensic evidence inside this cooler. But at that point, Harmony's body was apparently in a duffel bag and wrapped in a trash bag in this cooler. So to ask Kayla Montgomery's mother, hey, can we come stay with you for a bit? Because remember, they got evicted from their home at 77 Gilford Street. Then they lived in the car for a bit. In that time, Harmony was allegedly murdered by Adam Montgomery. And then Kayla said, can we come and stay with you? But all that time, Adam apparently held onto Harmony's body and carried that duffel bag around everywhere he went. In it went into freezers, into coolers, into ceiling vents. Like, you can't even imagine. The story there, it gets worse, you know?
And he stored her there for much of the remainder of his stay. And they left that home on December 30th. And they went to the Families in Transition shelter. It was at the Families in Transition shelter that the defendant began to discuss disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her. He believed, you'll hear, he believed that if there was no body to find, there would be no evidence of what he'd done, and he would get away with this heinous crime. And so he began to discuss disposing of her. While he was there, he moved Harmony from the closet of that room. He moved her to the ceiling. He removed that vent cover and he stuffed her body inside. And that's when Harmony became the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that he slept under for months. Now, the defendant faced another problem at the FIT shelter. Harmony's body began to rot. It began to smell.
The FIT shelter, as you just heard, is it's for families in transition. That's what that stands for. And at that shelter, they were able to forensically test that ceiling vent, and they found Adam Montgomery's fingerprints all over it. And there was biological evidence, you know, in the ceiling, staining from decomposition from Harmony's body that Adam had put up there.
Smell. He was storing her body in the ceiling above his room, and the heat was on. And the heat was causing her body to decompose more and more by the day, to rot more and more by the day. And it was smelling. And other tenants, other people that lived there were complaining about those smells. So he had to take her body out of that ceiling. And he brought it to the bathroom, and he compressed it. He compressed and contorted her body into this bag. into a bag like this. And he put it back up there, back in the ceiling. And when he was taking her body down, when it was still in the duffel bag, before he'd added trash bags and put her inside a bag like this one, she was leaking. She was leaking. Her liquids were pouring through that duffel bag. An investigator.
This case is hard, you guys. This case is really, really difficult, right? Yeah, Joe Jackalone. Good timing for saying that, because yeah, this case gets worse and worse by the minute. I'm just going to explain this little bit here, just for 1 second. So trigger warning, okay? It's very upsetting information. But just in case you're confused about what does he mean that he took Harmony's body out of the duffel bag and put her in here. You know, like, you might, because if you watch a lot of true crime, think, well, how is that possible? It's so horrendous. Like, he took her body because he put her in freezers and in ceilings and all that, right? And poured hot water over her for hours. So that, sure, this is hard to say. So that he could soften the body and manipulate it to go into the smaller bag. And then this bag went to the Portland Pie Company. And Kayla had this type of bag. It's not this exact bag, but a bag like this, as they just said. They with the body in this type of bag, okay, Kayla had put the bag between her two boys in a double stroller. That is like Nightmare on Elm Street too, because, you know, it's all along Elm Street here. That's why I'm saying that. And with a stroller, wheeled it to the Portland Pie Company as Adam had instructed her. He worked there temporarily. And put it in the freezer there. Only for, I think, about a week or so. Oh, man. It's bad, right?
Followed up with a fit shelter. They went to that room. They looked in the ceiling. And when they took that vent cover off, they immediately smelled decomposition, a smell associated with dead bodies, rotting bodies. They smelt decomp. Still present 2 years after the defendant had removed Harmony's body from the ceiling. And they saw deep stains in the drywall where Harmony's blood had been absorbed. That blood was tested. It was sent to a lab in Florida and tested. And that lab in Florida confirmed that blood was Harmony. Something the defendant missed.
Just gonna warn you guys, it does get worse, because yes, Monica says he poured lime on the body too. Not sure what that does. It reduces odor. Some people think, and they also actually said it in opening statements, that it helps decomp. It apparently doesn't. Actually, Joe Jackalone, can you help us confirm that? From all the research I've done, and, you know, John Wayne Gacy also put lime all over the bodies in his crawl space. That's to reduce odor, but it actually scientifically apparently slows down decomposition. It does not speed it up. Some people think it does, and I don't know if that's why Adam Montgomery bought this lime, but he bought lime, a saw, a backup saw blade, a diamond cutting saw blade. Yeah, pelletized lime and a backup battery. So her body has never been found, which it's going to be difficult to prove this case because it's a no body case, which is also what Joe Jackalone was talking about earlier. That's going to be a challenge for the state, but hopefully the jury, especially after that view that they did and seeing, I think it's very important, right? Which is why we all said, like, whoa, in Idaho, just demolishing that house, it was quite something, huh? But here, they actually went on a view, they got in that bus, they went to the important locations. If you missed that, it's at the beginning of the stream, right? Yeah, Joe Jackalone says it doesn't. Exactly, it doesn't. So, but yeah, it gets more horrifying because it seems like he then dismembered her and went and rented a U-Haul from the probable cause affidavit that we read. And one of his friends said he had all these like little parcels, like something wrapped in plastic that he was just chucking all over the place. And yeah, her body's never been found. So I'm sure it was in many bits. This guy is like unbelievable. I can't even believe the words I'm saying half the time here. This case is quite something.
Remember, he was careless in his meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. That's going to be one of them. That blood in the ceiling, Harmony's blood in the ceiling, all that remained of Harmony. The defendant made sure of that. And surrounding this blood, surrounding what was left of Harmony, the defendant's fingerprints, his palm prints, frozen there for time. So at the shelter, the defendant had a problem. He was living in a shelter. He didn't have access to a freezer, and Harmony's body was beginning to rot and stink, and it was getting worse and worse by the day. People were...
No, they're going to talk about the Portland Pie Company now, I think, because we know what happens next from the probable cause affidavit. Eileen says lie or lime. So lie actually does help decomposition, I believe. Lime, he bought pelletized lime. That does not help decomp. It just helps with odor.
Complaining. This wasn't good for him. And it was around this time he started working at the Portland Pie Company, which used to be here in town, since closed. He worked there for just over a month. He was a dishwasher and a cook. And that CMC bag, the one that looked like this, that accompanied him to work. It stood out to people because he placed it in the freezer during his shifts. He brought it with him regularly to work, and he stored it in a freezer where the company kept food, ingredients. People saw him bringing that in and out regularly. They couldn't have imagined what that bag contained, but they saw it. And after they left the fit shelter, after the defendant left the shelter, he moved into an apartment on Union Street. And it was in the Union Street apartment that he began to discuss dismembering Harmony, squishing her, further contorting her body. He discussed using a saw to cut her up. He discussed using lime to further decompose her so that there would be nothing to find.
But that is not what the lime does. Just to clarify. It doesn't do that. It would just reduce odor. If that's what he bought lime for, then it wasn't going to work. Okay. So yeah, Joe Jackalone says, just a note, lye is caustic. Lime isn't. Oh, thank you so much. Yes.
Remember, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence, and he would get away with this horrible thing that he'd done, beating this little girl to death. And it was in the bathroom of his Union Street apartment that he compressed Harmony. Already in that CMC bag, filling that CMC bag, he compressed her further, and he added lime to the bag, thinking that it would eat away at anything left of her. He spent most of the day in that bathroom compressing Harmony. He took her out of the CMC bag and he placed her in the tub. She was frozen at that point, so he turned the hot water on and ran it over her so that he could manipulate her body, further compress her. Kayla walked into the bathroom as he was doing this. She saw what he was doing. She saw Harmony. Harmony, at that point, was skin and bones. And she saw the defendant squeezing Harmony, squishing Harmony, trying to remove the liquids that remained from her small body and down the drain.
Oh, man. It's a lot, right? It's really a lot. Sure, this case. I hope you guys are okay. At least we're together, right?
Drain of the tub. When Kayla walked into that bathroom, he told her to help him. You'll hear that Kayla obeyed. She held Harmony's arm while the defendant used the scissors to cut off Harmony's clothes. But this was too much for Kayla. She couldn't take what she was seeing, what the defendant was doing, the sick and grotesque things that he was doing to this child's body. And so she went to the living room to be with her two sons, to make sure that they didn't walk in and see what he was doing. So in that bathroom, the defendant shut the...
Oh my word. Even in reading the PCA, I mean, when they talked about Adam in the bathroom and the steam coming out of the bathroom and Kayla poking her head in to see what he's doing and all of that for hours, and yeah, there were other kids in this place as well. It's like you don't really visualize that. You can't imagine that there's kids in the background. There's kids in the car when Harmony's being murdered, and there's kids in this Union Street apartment while he's doing this. That is terrifying.
The door behind her. And that once bulging CMC bag the bag that Harmony's body filled, he compressed. He compressed it enough to add much of a 40-pound bag of lime. And he took breaks from the horror show in that bathroom. And during one of the breaks from working on Harmony's body, he said, "I can put her in pieces. I can put her in pieces. I can cut her up." And while he was working in that bathroom, working on Harmony, he clogged the drain. Remember that as we go along. He clogged the drain. While he was squeezing her, getting the liquids out, he clogged the drain to the bathroom. And investigators learned that the defendant went to Home Depot on February 26th, just 6 days after they moved into that apartment. He went to Home Depot where he bought a saw, a backup saw blade, diamond cutting saw blade, a backup battery, and lime.
Quite the shopping list he had there. A saw, a backup saw blade, a diamond cutting saw blade, a lime, and a backup battery.
That was on.
So I think, does that mean you wouldn't have to plug that thing in? It's like a backup battery, so you could just charge it. I mean, word, even that, a backup battery. To think that he even bought that, just in case, the battery runs out. That is very sinister.
February 26th, just 6 days after he moved into that apartment. On February 27th, he placed a work order to unclog his drain. Now, it was around this time that the defendant began to suspect that Kayla was working with the police, trying to give them evidence to put him away for what he'd done to Harmony. He was suspicious of her, and he was pulling out outlets. He was pulling out light bulbs, light sockets, thinking that there were listening devices planted to get him for what he'd done to Harmony. And it was around this time that he started beating Kayla. He started threatening her that if she reported him, he would kill her. And that if he went to jail for what he did, he'd have someone else kill her. The abuse was constant, and it came regularly, and Kayla documented the abuse as shown here. Less than a week after the horror show in that Union Street apartment bathroom, the defendant disposed of what remained of Harmony, what was left of her. He was meticulous in making sure that nothing came back on him. He elicited help from friends. He asked a friend to get him a U-Haul van. A U-Haul van back then was cheaper than a rental car. You'll hear that this friend, he helped. He got him the van. The defendant at the time rented a hotel room so that he could leave the hotel room and dispose of Harmony. And when he came to bring the defendant the keys to the van with his girlfriend saw a CMC bag that was protruding from the hotel room's mini fridge, and that stood out to her. And when the friend gave the defendant the keys to that U-Haul van, the defendant said, I fucked up, and he repeated it over and over. I fucked up, me, the defendant, I fucked up. But he couldn't say how. He couldn't say what he'd done to fuck up.
Couple of F-bombs in there, okay, just to get the day started, as if the day wasn't very hectic enough, right? Sure. So, it's got to say what he said, though. I like that the judge is taking notes there. Don't you like that? Like, I've also got my notebook here. Got a new one just for this trial. And the judge is sitting there, writing all this down. I like that. Okay, deep breaths, everyone. Off we go.
That was on March 3rd of 2020. The defendant left in the middle of the night, headed south. And when the defendant left, he told Kayla that he wasn't going to tell her where he was going to dump Harmony, where he was going to dispose of her. He didn't want her to have that information that she could later use against him. He was in control. He had all the pieces. He wasn't going to have someone know where evidence of the girl that he had brutally beaten was. He made sure that he was the only person that knew what he'd done with her. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, he could never be charged. He could never be charged with this heinous crime. And when he left the hotel room that night, he headed south to Mass, and he made another mistake. That U-Haul van that he rented, he blew through tolls on the Tobin Bridge, and a camera captured that van. You'll hear about the many searches for Harmony Montgomery involving multiple states, Maine, Mass, New Hampshire, involving multiple agencies, both state and federal. Thousands of man-hours looking for this little girl. And you'll hear the defendant's words. You'll hear him on a recorded call during one of those searches telling his friend that investigators were wasting their time looking for this little girl that he brutally murdered. They were wasting their time. The defendant's words, you'll hear that.
They're going to play that because Adam Montgomery and his defense team wanted body cam out of the trial and evidence like that, but the judge ruled, nope, you're going to see that. Kathleen said, which is a good point as well, giving this video a thumbs up is not because you like the subject matter. It's extremely grim and devastating, of course. It's just to show that you like my presentation of the content and that maybe you'd recommend it to others. I do my very best to cover these cases as sensitively as possible. I think I've done a good job of that so far, but in this trial, unfortunately, you would have to mute the whole opening statements from the state if we wanted to really keep it super sensitive. So we just have to get through these opening statements, and then we're going to hear from the defense as well. But it is important information, and we, it's if you're hearing it for the first time, if you've never heard of this case, imagine how the jury feels. I can't imagine how they feel sitting there listening to all this, like, what? They must be so shocked.
After disposing of Harmony, the defendant realized he had one loose end, his wife, Kayla. And so he conditioned her. The abuse got worse over those months and months. He beat her. She was a loose end to him and nothing more. Now, you'll hear that Kayla lied. She stuck to a story that the defendant gave her. She was scared at what would happen to her at the hands of the man she witnessed beat this small child to death and drag her body around for months. She's gone to prison for those lies. And since then, she's helped investigators. She's helped investigators find proof that Harmony's dead. That blood in the ceiling with the defendant's fingerprints. She spoke to investigators and police for hours upon hours, over multiple days. Statements that gave investigators evidence that they wouldn't have without her. Gave a mother some sense of closure, knowing that her daughter's dead, still out there somewhere, but not suffering, not anymore. Now, Kayla's testimony is important. She saw what happened. She felt it. She lived it. She's still living it. But the reason you only have one witness to the defendant's crime is because he killed the other, the witness that he couldn't control, the witness that he couldn't manipulate. But even though Kayla's testimony is important, this case doesn't rest solely on her shoulders. You're going to hear about the forensic evidence, the physical evidence that corroborates what she says, about the surveillance footage. You'll hear and see evidence that corroborates Kayla in ways that she never could have imagined. You'll hear and see evidence that shows you who killed Harmony, who had motive to destroy her after he killed her. And you'll hear some of the defendant's lies for yourself. You'll hear about the absurd story he told to evade apprehension, that he gave Harmony back to her mother in mass the day before Thanksgiving in 2019. That was his excuse. That was his lie. But in those 2 years where he didn't have to answer for this crime, where he thought he was free and clear of what he'd done, he told someone that he trusted what he really thought of Harmony. He told her that she was evil, that she did evil things. He told her that Harmony was a constant reminder of her mother, Crystal Sorey, who he hated. And he told her that he hated Harmony to his core. That's what he said in secret about the innocent child that he beat into death. The helpless girl that he beat because she soiled herself. He hated Harmony to his core, and the evidence is going to show that he did everything to destroy Harmony after he beat her, to hide his crime, to hide evidence of what he'd done. And for what the defendant did, he's been charged with multiple crimes that the clerk read to you yesterday in open court. And the evidence will prove that he's guilty of each and every one of them. He's guilty of the second-degree assault for beating Harmony in that July 2019 incident, for bashing her around the house, for beating her off every wall in the house, for kicking the dog shit out of her. for causing the black eye, causing that injury to Harmony. Just like he's guilty of reckless second-degree murder for beating Harmony to death in the Chrysler Sebring on December 7th, 2019. He's guilty of falsifying physical evidence for mutilating Harmony's corpse.
So he's saying that he's guilty of those things because he has admitted guilt to those. That is what Adam Montgomery did yesterday. He admitted guilt to abuse of a corpse and also falsifying physical evidence. So now he's still facing charges, which is why the trial continues. I saw people were very confused yesterday. Like, is there still going to be a trial? Because they thought he pleaded guilty completely, right? Only to those two. So he's still facing second-degree assault charges, second-degree murder charges, and tampering with a witness. Okay. So that's why they're saying he's guilty of those things. That's why they're wording it like that.
For destroying her, for putting her somewhere she would never be found. And he's guilty of tampering with a witness, for beating Kayla, for threatening her, for compelling her to stick to the story that he gave her. And he's guilty of abuse of a corpse, for his conduct in the Union Street apartment bathroom, for compressing Harmony into that small bag, adding lime to it. Those are the crimes the defendant in this case committed. That's what he's guilty of. The defendant committed multiple violent crimes against a small child, a helpless child. In December 2019, he assaulted and he murdered because of that rage, his rage. He destroyed Harmony so that he could never be caught. And he beat Kayla for control. That's what the defendant did to his victim in this case. And at the conclusion of this trial, that's what we'll ask you to find him guilty of.
So everyone, that was the state's opening statements by Ben Agadi. Deep breaths, okay? We need to breathe here and there with this case, because I don't know about you, because when I hear things like that, I sometimes just stop breathing. It's just too much. You're just oh damn, I don't know. I just sit here what? So now let's hear what the defense says. Are we going to get snarky or what? Are they going to go with that strategy? Don't give us spoilers. I just wonder, are they really going to just completely throw Kayla under the bus or say it was an accident or prove it, or what are they going to do, Okay, so let's listen to that.
Are you ready?
Also, I just want to say I took, Adam Montgomery off the screen for now. I'm so tired of looking at his freaking face. I don't know about you, but I've got Harmony on both sides of the... If you want to look him up, I'm sure there's many pictures that you can find of him. We don't really need to look at him, right? And he's also such a coward to not even be in the courtroom. I believe that is, someone had said New Hampshire doesn't seem to have a rule about presence. It seems they follow a criminal procedure federal rule, so I'll have to look up that code at some point. But in this case, the judge did say that every single morning they're going to ask Adam Montgomery, is he going to be in the courtroom or not? So he does get to decide every morning if he's coming to the courtroom or not, okay? So everybody breathe. Are we ready now for the defense's opening statements? Here we go.
You were just left with that picture of Harmony, and seeing that picture is heartbreaking, knowing that Harmony is dead. But Adam Montgomery did not kill Harmony. Adam Montgomery did not beat Harmony in the head as he approached the Burger King drive-thru. Adam Montgomery did not cause Harmony's death. Kayla.
As we know, he's a defense attorney. He's just doing his job. We know this, okay? Before anyone gets snarky at us, if we don't like what we're hearing, at many of us, he's a defense attorney doing his job. He's got to defend his client. He's got to do the best he can, okay? But let's hear it. Let's see what he says.
Montgomery was the last person to see Harmony alive and know how Harmony died. But she didn't come clean with Adam. She didn't come clean with the police. And she will not come clean with you. She is still lying about the cause of Harmony's death. even though Kayla now has her deal with the state, she continues to lie. The only reason Kayla has to lie now is to protect herself. The only reason she has to lie and point the finger at Adam is because the truth points the finger at her. The only reason Kayla has to lie to make Harmony's death so brutal and foul by Adam is to hide that Adam was protecting Kayla, his wife, and the mother of his kids. Now look, I'm not pretending that Adam isn't innocent here. Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla covered up Harmony's death. He's not an innocent here. He and Kayla moved Harmony's body from place to place to keep it hidden. And Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla put her body in a shower to wash her remains of the fluids of decomposition and then permanently hid her remains. You can and should find him guilty of those crimes. But in committing those crimes and sticking with a story that protected his wife, Adam set himself up for Kayla's betrayal.
Oh my word. Okay, so they're literally throwing Kayla completely under the bus. Not even a little bit, like completely. Wow, so he was, according to the defense, was setting himself up for failure to be betrayed by Kayla. Wow. Caitlin Lewis, my goodness, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it.
Her betrayal to accuse him in the most vile way possible of what he did not do. To accuse him of brutally killing his, not her, daughter, when she knew that was not what happened. The evidence that will show you that Adam did not brutally murder Harmony will come mostly, and very reluctantly, from his accuser, Kayla. Not from other witnesses or the physical evidence, but by showing that Kayla's lies continue, and the only one protected by those lies is her. Because only she, other than an infant and a toddler, was around when Harmony died. Only she knows the truth, and only she has benefited from all the lies she has told. November 27, 2019. A day before Thanksgiving. Adam, Kayla, Adam's daughter Harmony, toddler son Seamus, infant son Declan were evicted from their home on Gilford Street in Manchester. They began living out of their Chrysler Sebring. In the following week, when Adam was running around trying to make money to get them out of their situation, Kayla was left cooped up in that seemingly increasingly smaller by the minute car with a 5-year-old child, not her own, a 2-year-old toddler, and a less than...
Ooh, he's really going for the not her own child, huh? Stepmother. He's going with that, like that. Just remember, Harmony was not her own child. Okay, sir, I see where you're going.
1-year infant, all of whom needed attention, all of whom needed to move around, and none of whom were doing well being cooped up in that car. And Kayla didn't do well either. Adam was off doing his own thing, and Kayla was stuck. Harmony's body was not discovered lifeless in the car at that busy intersection you saw yesterday. It was not discovered at that intersection in the middle of the day on December 7, 2019, as Kayla now claims. Both Adam and Kayla discovered Harmony's cold, lifeless body much earlier, in the dark of night, behind Colonial Village, when Adam returned from his business. Kayla made Adam feel responsible. She claimed not to know what happened. It was Adam's fault for everything they were going through. It was not her fault, she insisted. She thought all the kids were asleep. He had to protect her. He had to protect their children. If anyone found out, their children would be taken. Adam stood by Kayla, and together they covered up Harmony's death. By that decision, Adam became so intertwined in Harmony's death that he could not get out. Neither Adam nor Kayla knew what to do, so they put the decision off. Adam placed Harmony's body in a duffel bag from the car and placed that duffel bag in the trunk. And Harmony's body was in that bag in the trunk of the car when it broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm. They had driven off from the Colonial Village apartments to try and figure out what to do, where to put Harmony's body.
Okay, then, like, wow, look at him go. So Deb Reed says, return from his business? Yes, he was a career criminal with a lot to do. You know, yeah, return from his business. All right. One way to word it.
But then, the car broke down. When it did, Adam grabbed the bag from the trunk and carried Harmony's body away from the intersection to the parking lot at Colonial Village. From there, as you'll hear, Harmony's body was moved from place to place until Adam and Kayla finally figured out a plan to hide the body permanently. When asked, Adam and Kayla told people that Harmony was back with her biological mom in Massachusetts. Let's now move forward 2 years. December 2021. This was 2 years after Harmony's death and close to a year after Kayla and Adam had separated. The police were now investigating Harmony's disappearance. They found Kayla and asked her where to find Adam and where Harmony was. Kayla gave the lie she and Adam had used to explain why Harmony was no longer living with them after Harmony died in December 2019. That Adam had returned Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. Kayla also told the police that she believed Adam was in Maine. After speaking with the police, she contacts Adam, and she told him, quote, "You need to come down here." She told him he needed to return to New Hampshire and deal with the police because she was not going to deal with all this by herself. Adam did what Kayla told him to do and returned. But unfortunately for Kayla, he also brought another woman, Kelsey Small, with him. Adam met up with Kayla and they talked about what to do. That New Year's Eve 2021, Kayla talked to the police again. This time, it was at the Manchester police station. She again gave the lie that protected her, insisting Adam took Harmony to her mother's, and that was all that she knew. And after well over an hour of talking, as Kayla stuck with this lie, the police gave her time alone to think, to write down what she wanted to say, just in case it was too difficult to verbally speak about. And Kayla did take that time alone to think and to write. And this is what she wrote. Quote, "I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom, to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning." And she wrote, "You need to get him to talk. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me." Kayla was ready to point the finger at Adam, but only in a way that protected herself. 5 days later, January 5th, Kayla was arrested anyway, but for something different than what the police had wanted to talk with her about. Instead of being arrested in relation to Harmony's disappearance, she was arrested for something else, what eventually became a theft charge. But she knew the arrest was to pressure her. While in jail, Kayla had more time to think and to scheme. How was she going to get out of this mess that she was in? She knew that the police thought she had information about what happened to Harmony, and she knew that the walls were closing in. Kayla also knew that pointing the finger at Adam was worth something. And pointing the finger would help get her out of this mess, and she thought about how to use Adam to get out of it.
I mean, A. Heinemann said, I think this is their best, possibly only defense. I mean, probably, right? I mean, how else? Makes sense.
What I am holding up for you is defenses G for identification. This plastic bag contains a note. This note is written by Kayla, and it reflects what she wanted for a bargain. A few weeks after her incarceration, this note was found in Kayla's cell. And in her musings, she writes of her willingness to, quote, betray Adam. Not to finally be free of Adam, not to finally be safe from him, not to tell the truth, to betray, meaning stab him in the back. But she also wrote of her longing to be alone with him one more time, to kiss, to make love, if she could. She didn't write of fearing to be alone with him. She did not write of any fear that Adam would hurt or kill her for her betrayal. In her...
So then what was the protective order about? I know you can't. I don't think you can bring that up. No, I don't think you can. I'm not sure, but we looked at the time frame that they can look at, the domestic violence allegations. But I think it was from something like July of 2019 to December. But anyway, okay, I'd love to see that note. I don't know if she'd be like, one more time, let's make love. Does she really write that? Let's see the note.
Fairy tale musings. Adam would understand and protect her to the end. Their children needed their mother, she wrote. But as this note also shows, Kayla wanted more than just one last time with Adam. She had a whole wish list, a set of demands. She wanted, quote, immunity from everything. Everything being in all capital letters. She wanted immunity from everything, all charges I'm facing, and what I'm going to say about Adam. Maybe ankle bracelet, or probation, or drug court. Kids in my life. Not lose custody or rights to my children at all, and be able to have kids live with me once I do a residential treatment program and complete it. Kayla was willing to sing for her supper, not for truth, not for harmony, but for Kayla. Kayla was all about protecting herself to wiggle out of accountability for her own conduct. After that note was discovered in Kayla's cell in January of 2022, January 29th to be exact, Kayla told a correctional officer that she wanted to speak with the Attorney General's office. But no one came to her with a deal. And instead of a deal, she got a subpoena. She got subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury in March. And she remained in jail. Now, Kayla finally got out on bail on May 6th, but she still had been subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury, this time on May 20th. Still no deal.
We did go over that timeline before as well. If you are only joining the stream now, welcome. We have recapped what happened on day 1, and we are obviously watching day 2 of the trial now. We start our coverage 3 hours after the court actually starts so that we can always, skip through any lunch breaks, coffee breaks, and unforeseen delays so that we could, defluff the trial a little bit, which is what we like to do. And so, if you didn't know, yesterday Adam admitted guilt to 2 charges, which was the charges of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. But he still faces 3 charges. That's why the trial continues, because I see there's still people asking, right? So he's facing second-degree murder, second-degree assault, and tampering with witnesses. Those 3 charges. He's still facing, and the other two he conceded guilt, so I believe the state still has to prove those, even though he's admitted, okay, I'm guilty with those, or for those. So that's what's happening here. The trial is set to last for about 3.5 weeks. So on the court docket, it says for the month of February. So I guess we'll be together for February doing this. This will be the primary focus for this month. Of course, I do cover many cases, and so I will update you with those in the video section or YouTube Shorts or at the community tab. So please check all those things out as well. And so please don't give us any spoilers if you have already watched, if you're ahead of us, in the stream, in the feed, from wherever else you're watching. We don't want spoilers. We're watching it as if we're in the present moment here now. And then you'll see, we'll just teleport right through that lunch break, which that's why we do it. We don't like to wait. Patience is not my strong point, but I don't like waiting to start the stream, but I really like going right through that lunch break. That is so worth it.
And when Kayla finally appeared before the grand jury, she still had no deal. It was explained to Kayla that she could choose not to answer a question if it would incriminate her. Instead, though, she chose to lie. Under oath, the same oath you'll see her take later, trying to make herself look innocent while pointing the finger at Adam. She told the grand jury that Adam had dropped her off at Dunkin' Donuts on November 30th with Harmony and the two boys in the car, and said that he was returning Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. But even as Kayla insisted that she didn't know what happened to Harmony, a bombshell drops. The Attorney General's office, the AG, told her, as she was testifying she was working at Dunkin' Donuts, that they had her employment records. Was she sure? They asked. Kayla knew then that she was caught. She was caught in a lie. The AG had her employment records, looked at them, and knew that she was not working. And this was not just a simple, honest mix-up of days. Those records showed that the AG's office had. Those records showed that she had been fired from Dunkin' Donuts for stealing even before the family had been evicted on the 27th of November. She knew she was caught in a lie. She knew the AG's office could prove it, but she had not developed a new lie and couldn't change course in midstream without a plan. So that day before the grand jury, May 20th, she kept marching forward, hoping that maybe they would believe her anyway. Nothing happened at first after her grand jury testimony was over, but Kayla knew it was coming. And roughly 2 weeks later, on June 3rd, when Kayla checked in as part of her bail conditions, it did. It came. She was arrested for lying before the grand jury. Kayla had a new story prepared, but with the new charges, the state had the upper hand. She was allowed to give her new story with the agreement that her statements could not later be used against her. But there was no guarantee of a deal, and instead, Kayla would only get that deal that she wanted if her statements helped the police figure out what happened to Harmony. And if the state decided that Kayla's statements were not helpful, she would be facing not only the charges she was already facing, but now 2 more felony charges, this time for perjury, perjuring herself before the grand jury, plus any charges that could come about if the police were able to figure out what happened to Harmony without her statements. And Kayla knew that the police were going to follow up on what she now said. And without something to corroborate this new story she was going to give, there wouldn't be any reason for the police to accept it. After all, she had already lied to the grand jury to point the finger at Adam. So instead of the truth, she told a lie of a brutal killing where she was also a victim. But because there cannot be any corroboration for the lie itself, Kayla intermingled some of the truth of how she and Adam covered up Harmony's death. The lie itself cannot be corroborated, but there would be corroboration in the truth of the cover-up. Because Kayla's new story was not true of how Harmony died, she lacked real memories to draw from, and the details did not fit. Both the details she provided and the ones she did not provide. And it is in those details, details based on a lie, that begin to reveal the lie still being told by Kayla. At first, Kayla's new story for the police, when she gave a proffer on June 3rd of 2022, her new story was that it was the middle of the night, 2 or 3 a.m. Harmony had been having trouble controlling her bodily functions while the family had been living out of the car, and Harmony went to the bathroom again. Adam responded by repeatedly punching Harmony, probably like 10 to 15 times. That story changed to Adam assaulting Harmony in the morning before they went to the clinic for their methadone. The story then continued by saying that Adam struck Harmony again after getting back in the car from the clinic. Then, as they drove to Burger King because Kayla wanted to get something to eat for her and the kids, the story expanded to Adam punching Harmony as he was driving into the Burger King parking lot. Kayla claimed to recall Adam commenting that the last strike was different. He thought he hurt Harmony. Kayla did tell the police that she put an arm up briefly to try and stop Adam, but to no avail. Adam drove up to the Burger King drive-thru. They ordered their food. Adam paid cash. The family got their food and drove back to the Colonial Village apartments with Harmony moaning in the back. That's her story. And when asked, Kayla claimed that she fed the kids. She told the police that she went up to her friend Anthony Bodero's residence to get some drugs for she and Adam to use, leaving Adam alone in the car with Nicholas, Seamus, and Harmony. This whole entire story was not true.
Yeah, unfortunately, all her lies are not doing her any favors. I mean, of course they wouldn't, but she lied and lied and lied, saying that she did it because she was so scared of Adam Montgomery. But man, now the defense can really go for her with that, right?
Excuse me. One of the things that you'll see that reveals her story about punching to be a lie is that she is unable to describe a true scene. She does not describe 2-year-old Seamus crying as his sister beside him is being struck. She does not describe the baby screaming as violence and chaos break out around him. She does not describe trying to soothe or quiet the children. Nor does she describe Adam reacting at all to what would have been a cacophony of screaming and crying had all that punching been true. She does not describe trying to hide a broken child from the Burger King cashier or any concern on Adam's part that Harmony might be seen by the cashier or the camera. She does not describe Harmony as she feeds, piece by piece, food to Seamus, who is next to her in the backseat of the car. She does not describe seeking help from her friend she got drugs from. She doesn't describe any concern by her friend, Anthony Bordero, that she seems upset. And please keep close attention to Kayla's various descriptions of the car breaking down, where she claims that she and Adam first discovered that Harmony is dead. Kayla told the police that with Harmony in what would have been a critical, perhaps fatal condition in the back seat, the family decided to drive away from their corner in the back of the Colonial Village apartments. Yet, Kayla did not remember where they were going. Then, the car broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm, and they discover Harmony's dead body in the back seat. Kayla talked about waving, honking, agitated drivers behind them around the car as Adam manhandles a dead child in the back seat into a duffel bag. And no one notices. Their car did break down on December 7th at the intersection of Webster and Elm. That is not in question here. And the family did walk back to Bodero's. But Harmony's body was already in the duffel bag, in the trunk, from when they discovered her death in the early hours of the night before. Yesterday, before we broke, the court gave you a partial set of instructions on how you are to go about deciding this case. Among them was an instruction on assessing the credibility of witnesses. It is up to you to determine the credibility of witnesses. But the judge did suggest an illustrative list of factors to consider in making that determination. One factor is whether what the witness said appeared reasonable. In discerning this, details matter, the details that are given and the details that are not. Is the witness pulling from a well of true memory or just making it up? Another factor the court has offered for your consideration is whether what the witness said is consistent with other evidence in the case. And that leads me to some of the science that was used in this case. Kayla also described Adam cleaning up blood spilled by Harmony with a kerchief. That lie was exposed by a special test that can reveal blood traces, even blood that was supposedly cleaned up. Luckily for the police, they were able to locate the broken down Sebring 2 years later. They're able to bring it to their lot at the police station, and they were able to search and test it with a special test that could detect invisible blood, blood that cannot be seen with the naked eye. No traces of blood, including on the back passenger seat where Kayla said Harmony bled and Adam cleaned it up. In offering guidance in assessing witness credibility, another common sense factor offered by the court is whether the witness had a bias or motive to lie. There will be time during Kayla's testimony, during direct and cross, to explore the changes, the inconsistencies, and details within her story, both those that are there and those that are not. And you just heard about the science to also assist you in evaluating Kayla's claims. But here, what follows is an example of Kayla's motive to lie at play, of Kayla taking something true and twisting it to point the finger at Adam, yet hide her own involvement. In telling the police how Harmony's body was finally removed from their lives, Kayla described an incredibly disturbing treatment of Harmony's body, her remains in the refrigerator before being placed in the shower, under hot water, washing away the fluids. Kayla at first said it was all Adam, and he wouldn't even let her in the bathroom. But she slipped up, and fortunately the interviewers caught it. They caught the slip, and they probed. Kayla had to admit that she was part of it too. She cut off Harmony's hoodie in the shower, and she and Adam bagged up Harmony's clothes. And when that was done, Kayla and Adam put her remains in another bag, with Kayla helping Adam to zip that bag up. You will hear that after Adam and Kayla permanently hid Harmony's remains, that their relationship became more frayed. Adam struggled with the loss of Harmony and his mental health suffering. Adam and Kayla separated briefly. That was in the spring of 2020 before reconciling. But Adam continued to spiral, and a year later was arrested after another episode. He went to rehab, then stayed at a sober house before going to Maine with Kelsey Small, which was where he was in December of 2021 when Kayla told him to return to New Hampshire and help her deal with the police. Joined with the murder and related charges is a second-degree assault charge. That allegation is that Adam knowingly caused bodily injury to Harmony in July of 2019 by striking her in the face with a fist. Harmony did get a black eye during the summer of 2019, and No question about it. Adam did react when he saw Harmony trying to smother her brother, jerking her away to stop her. But that is not what caused the black eye. On July 22nd of 2019, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, came up from Florida to the house. He saw Harmony's black eye, prompting a conversation about her. During this conversation, Adam told Kevin about a time when he walked in to find Harmony smothering then 5-month-old Declan. Harmony had her hand wrapped around his mouth, causing him to turn blue. Adam pushed Harmony away while checking on Declan. Then, a week later, upon returning to Florida, I believe it was July 29th, Kevin made a report to New Hampshire DCYF, and he told DCYF that Adam gave Harmony a black eye, conflating what Adam had said. A veteran caseworker, Demetrios Tsaros, responded that very same day, the 29th, to investigate. Though the encounter was brief, he did see Adam and Harmony outside the house getting into a car, and when he saw Harmony, he observed no concerns. He also followed up, paying another visit on August 7th. This time he did see a small red mark in Harmony's right eye and faded bruising under the eyelid. He spoke to Harmony alone, asked probing questions to find out what may or may not have happened, and then, after doing his job, left the visit satisfied that there was no substantiated evidence of abuse.
So, baby boys in Barry says that's messed up. He had a 5-year-old looking after a literal baby. Yes, he did. And apparently, he would tell Harmony that, the baby couldn't cry, otherwise she would be punished. Which is also why, this defense attorney implies that Harmony was trying to smother her half-brother. She was probably, she was only 4 at the time then. She was probably just trying to stop him from crying. Otherwise, she gets punished. Adam Montgomery, apparently, according to Uncle Kevin, right, his uncle, would make Harmony stand in the corner for hours at a time. He made her scrub the toilet with her own toothbrush. And he hit her a lot. That's what they said, So just keep that in mind. She's not like some killer child that... He's sort of being implied here, like, ooh, so sinister. She was trying to smother her. No. She was trying to stop the baby from crying because she would get punished. If the babysitting didn't go perfectly, she would get punished, which is it's just even worse than we can imagine, right? Thank you all for being here. We recapped day 1, everything that happened yesterday at the beginning of the stream. There's also a case recap for you in the description box if you just want to check that out quickly and catch up. And we are now, of course, watching day 2. The opening statements, so we are now on the defense opening statements by James Brooks.
I am getting ready to step down, but before I do, there is just one more instruction I need to discuss. The court has instructed you that you are to decide this case not on sympathy, but on the evidence and the evidence alone. This case involves the tragic and senseless death of Harmony, an innocent 5-year-old, and it triggers perfectly understandable, innate human emotions, and it would be inhuman not to feel them. But as was discussed during the jury selection process, and as you've been instructed by the court, you all have a difficult yet necessary task: deciding this case not on emotion, not on sympathy, but on the evidence. And after you have heard all the evidence, after you've heard all the evidence in this case and apply the facts to the law, you will know that Adam did not murder his daughter or engage in witness tampering with Kayla. Kayla was an equal participant in the cover-up. She alone knows how Harmony died, and she won't tell. At this trial's conclusion, we will ask you to follow the evidence you have heard and find Adam not guilty of murdering his daughter, witness tampering with Kayla, and second-degree assault.
Okay, and that was opening statements. You guys, what do you think of that? Thank you for watching that with me. let's see what happens next. I think they're obviously going to call the first witnesses up to the stand. Let's see how that goes.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard opening statements. As I told you when I gave you my preliminary instructions, we would generally be taking a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break, and I do look for natural breaking points in a trial to do that. I think this is one of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break now, so use the restroom, have a drink of water, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and begin the evidence. All right? All right.
Now, let's demonstrate for those of you who are new to why I do this delayed coverage. Now you're going to see why. Instead of sitting here for 15 minutes now, even though we have a lot to talk about, I'm just going to skip right over this 15-minute break and we're going to jump to the first witness. So Tina Sweetman said, I think she was trying to stop him from hearing the baby cry and she would know the consequences. Exactly. Yeah. So, she wasn't trying to smother her baby brother, her half-brother. She was trying to stop the baby from crying because she knew no matter what she does, it sounds like she got punished, which is just horrendous. Poor Harmony. And I mean, she was only with Adam Montgomery. He got full custody of her, I think it was in February of 2019. Yeah, by December 7th, she was no longer alive. That is so scary. So yeah, you guys are like, teleport time, watch the D-fluff, okay? People like to point out, do you know what the word fluffing means? I don't care about fluffing or fluff. We're de-fluffing over here, okay? That's different. So here we go. Look.
Rise to the jurors, please.
We should see if we don't miss anything. Okay, so we don't have to stare at the ceiling for 15 minutes. We can just skip right ahead like this. Yeah, they're coming back in. Okay.
Will provide will be the truth and nothing.
Ooh, wait. Sure, I always get so nervous. Always get so nervous that the cameramen are going to show the jury. I'm like, don't show the jury. It's happened here and there. It's like, oh man. So, okay. I was just, when they were panning now, I'm like, no. Okay, we're good. Everyone, we're good. Okay, let's see. First witness coming up. So if you've never watched a trial here with us, we've just defluffed 15 minutes. We saved ourselves that time of sitting around and looking at the ceiling. Okay, teleported right through that. Now we're waiting for the first witness to step up to the stand. Of course, it's now the state presenting their case. They'll probably be doing that for I don't know how long. If the case is 3.5 weeks long, anticipated to be, I don't know if it's going to be shorter now or not with the new conceding of the guilty charges. I don't think so. It seems like it's going to be pretty much the same duration. I also asked an attorney, Andrea Burkhart, which you guys might know her, right? Yesterday on X. I actually asked Defense Diaries podcast, and then Andrea Burkhart also answered, does this, with him conceding guilt for 2 charges, does it mean the trial is shorter? Can they still bring in that evidence? Like, what happens now? And Andrea said that it would probably still be exactly the same evidence and the same witnesses and things like that. So let's see if it works out that way. But it should, I would say, if it's a 3.5 week trial, maybe the defense only has 2 witnesses. 2 is what they said on the final pretrial order. I don't know if one of them includes Adam Montgomery. I wouldn't be surprised. So the state will have majority of the time, I would assume, okay? So let's see.
And Mr. Raftery, if you just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you will provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. You can make yourself comfortable, Mr. Raftery. There's a microphone in front of you. But I'm just going to ask that you speak into that so that everyone can hear what you're saying. Can you begin by stating and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep. Michelle Raftery, Raftery.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Raftery?
9/11/70.
Where do you currently live?
Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
In Haverhill, about 25 years.
Who do you live there with?
My husband and 3 of my children.
And what's your husband's name?
Timothy.
And your children? What
The
are
ones
their
that are
ages?
home? Oh, their ages?
Yes.
Ben's 25, Jaden is 14, and Claire is 13.
And do you have...
Okay, so this witness is Michelle Raftery, Harmony's foster parent. Okay, Harmony's foster mom. Thank you so much to Crime Curious, who's also a YouTube creator, and she's got a website, crimecurious.com/Montgomery. I think it's in the description box. If it isn't, I'll put it in afterwards. But Crime Curious has got a who's who bullet point list. You know, we love bullet points. So I quickly looked at her list and I'm like, okay, Michelle, just to double check, that's Harmony's foster parents. So Harmony was in and out of foster care when she was in her mother's care. Her mother, people had reported that her mother was struggling with substance abuse and was very neglectful. And so Harmony was in and out of foster care. So this would be the foster mom that Harmony had stayed with, I think, a few times. Okay, so let's hear it.
Have children that live with you?
Those are the ones that live with me. Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a behavioral health partner
And how long have you done that?
for a year.
Prior to that, what did you do for a living?
I was a FRL, a family resource liaison.
And can you explain what that is to the jurors?
Yes, I work with foster parents and I help support them and run support groups and trainings for them.
Do you have any experience as a foster parent yourself?
Yes, I do. Over 13 years.
And can you tell the jury about that experience?
Yes, we had the privilege of being Harmony's foster parents.
And you mentioned the name Harmony just now.
Yep.
Who is she to you?
She was our foster daughter.
What did she call you?
Mama.
Your husband Tim, what did she call him?
She called him Dada and Papa.
Just remember that Harmony did not, according to Crystal, her biological mom, did not call Adam Dad. Okay? So with her foster mom calling her Mama and, you know, calling the dad shame, like Papa or Dad, she felt very close to them. And yet DCYF was just trying the level best, of course, to reunite Harmony with her parents, but that didn't seem like a very good idea, right?
You said that you'd been a foster parent for 13 years?
Yep.
What point in that timeline, those 13 years, did you take Harmony in?
Like probably halfway through the years. Yep. So she came to us at 2014.
And tell us about that.
Yep. So you always start off, you get a phone call from DCF and they tell you a little bit about the child. And Harmony was 2 months old at the time, and she had a pretty intimidating diagnosis at first. So, I did a lot of Google research, but I still knew that we wanted to say yes, and Harmony came and lived with us when she was 2 months old.
Pretty intimidating. What were you told about Harmony before
So
you took her?
we were told that she has hydroprocephaly, which is like a disorder with her brainstem. And we were told that she was legally blind in both eyes, and that she probably wasn't going to live 7 months.
I'm sorry, can you say that last thing?
Yeah, that she probably wasn't going to live past 7 months old. Hydroprocephaly was the...
Oh my word, shame. They said she was legally blind in both eyes. Okay, and had a disorder with her brainstem. They had her when she was 2 months old. Sorry, hold on.
original.
Sorry, I'm trying not to pause when her eyes are closed. Sorry about that. And might not live very long. Doesn't that just remind you also of Letitia Stauch and Gannon? Gannon was also like a miracle child. The fact that he got to the age he did was incredible. So these people that pick on these kids, what the hell?
First diagnosis.
You mentioned this blindness.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about that?
So at that time, she had a whole team of doctors, and she was considered legally blind in both eyes. However, I started to notice when I would feed Harmony that she would track me with one of her eyes, at least one of her eyes. And, then we went on to get different diagnoses for her.
You mentioned
makes
having
sense.
Harmony since she was 2 months.
Because what we knew and read was that she was legally blind in her right eye, I believe, in one eye. So, okay, that makes sense. New diagnosis.
Old.
Yes.
What was Harmony's date of birth?
6/7/14.
June 7th, 2014.
That's correct.
What kind of child was Harmony Montgomery?
She was a loving child. She was very sweet, very happy. She was super social. She loved to be with people. We used to joke around with her to leave a sparkle wherever she went, because wherever she went, she left people happy, and you knew that you met her.
How long was Harmony in your care for?
So, which time? We took care of Harmony 3 times. She came back into care 3 times. So for the first time, she was with us for about 2 months. Then she returned to her mother, and then she returned to us. And then she stayed with us for about a little over 2.5 years, and then she went back with her mother, and then came back 10 months later.
You mentioned these disabilities.
Yes.
Was Harmony developmentally delayed?
She was not. It definitely could have been a possibility. She started off with that original diagnosis, and going through testing, she had a neurologist, endocrinologist, ophthalmologist, and we had a whole team of specialists that worked with her, and they changed the diagnosis to septo-optic dysplasia.
And were you taking any steps when she was in your care to treat her needs?
Yeah, absolutely. Harmony had, like I said, a team of doctors, but she also had early intervention workers. So she had two. She had a nurse that came weekly, and she had a vision specialist that came weekly, and we did all the treatments and the programs that she needed with that.
Was she meeting benchmarks at that time?
She was meeting every benchmark. She was succeeding, yeah.
Ms. Raftery, when was the last time you saw Harmony Montgomery?
The last time I saw Harmony was December of 2018.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 97. Ms. Raftery, do you recognize this?
I do.
I'm going to get close to a microphone so I'm picked up. What is this?
That's the day that they were doing school pictures, and she wanted to have a sparkly blue dress.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Who is it?
It's Harmony Montgomery.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Harmony as you remember her?
Yes.
Your Honor, this one I move to admit as State's Exhibit 97.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish at this
You
point.
may
Your Honor.
publish it.
Mrs. Raftery, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
I do. Yes.
How do you know him?
He was Harmony's biological father.
Would you recognize the defendant if you saw him again?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes, you may.
Shows the defense what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 101. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Raftery,
Yes.
do you recognize this item?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's Adam Montgomery.
And Your Honor, at this point, sorry, is this
It's
a fair
a picture, yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Adam Montgomery as you remember him?
Yes.
I move to mark this full, Your Honor, to strike ID and mark this full State's Exhibit 101.
Any objection?
No objection, and we agree that that is a photo of the defendant.
Okay, thank you. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish it at this
You may
point.
publish it.
Ms. Raftery, was
I'm sorry, Attorney Knowles, would you return the exhibits back to the table when you're done with them, just so that everything remains there, unless you're going to use it shortly
Absolutely.
again? Thank you.
Ms. Raftery, was Harmony potty trained when she was in your care?
Yes, she was. She started at our house, and then she finished when she moved back with her mother.
And how old would she have been at that point in her life?
So at 2.5, going on 3, she was potty trained.
What steps did you take to, you said she started at your house. What
Yeah.
steps did you take to potty train her?
Harmony was very easy to potty train. She didn't like to have, soiled clothes on, and she wanted to be like the bigger kids that were in our house. So she would tell us it was pretty much Harmony potty trained herself.
You mentioned her mother. Do you know
Yes.
her name?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors?
yes, it's Crystal Sorey.
And you said that Crystal Sorey finished her potty training.
Yes,
Did Harmony return to your care after that?
she did, yes.
And after Harmony returned to your care, did she have any bathroom accidents?
Absolutely not.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Isn't that just so heartbreaking? to hear. I mean, she was potty trained and she wanted to be super clean and she loved, she wanted to wear a sparkly blue dress. And I mean, it must have been terrifying for her to be so scared of her dad that she would have accidents, like toilet accidents. I mean, and then get severely punished for it. It's just so terrible.
Mr. Raftery, I don't have any additional questions for you. The defense attorney may.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I know this is difficult and I won't be long, okay?
I'm sorry, we need to get you a microphone, and we'll figure out the other podium if you want to do that, but we might as well set it up.
I'll just take it over for now. I only have a few.
Yeah, that's fine, if you want to start there.
Ooh, we got some fluff going on, but I don't think it's long.
I've been pronouncing your name all this time
There we
wrong.
go.
Raftery?
See, we skipped through all that. Setting up the microphone, flapping papers. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Raftery, yes.
And quite a birthday that you have too.
That's right.
Yeah. So you said that you had Harmony placed with you 3 times.
Yes.
In between, she was with her mother,
Yes.
and then she would be returned to you.
Yes.
And how long was the most recent time that? How long was she with you the last time she was placed with you?
About 10 months.
Okay. And from being placed with you for about 10 months, she went to another foster care?
Yes.
And you felt like she had more needs than you could deliver, so she went to a therapeutic foster care?
No.
Miss Cumba? That's not?
I don't know that other foster parent.
Ah, okay. So she didn't go to therapeutic foster care?
She went to another foster home.
Okay. Not a therapeutic one?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Had you asked that she be placed in a therapeutic foster home?
No.
Okay. She left your home for another foster home for what reason?
It's a long story. Co-parenting a child that has trauma, first of all, is very difficult. Co-parenting a trauma with DCF involvement in co-parenting with them is extremely difficult.
Okay. So Harmony was placed with you 3 times, and that last time she was then placed to a therapeutic foster home.
She was placed in another foster home, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
Yep.
did speak. She went to another foster home.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. You are right. That is Defense Attorney Caroline Smith.
Your Honor, no further questions for this witness. I'd ask that she be excused.
Any objection? All right. You may step down and
Thank
you are
you.
excused.
There you go, Mr. Raftery.
Okay, let's see. Skipping ahead. There we go.
I'm sorry, when you get here, if you could just remain standing for a brief moment.
Sure.
Okay, if you did your homework, you know exactly who that is. Do you know who that is, you guys? I'll wait. Welcome, Selena. Really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so much. If you guys haven't yet subscribed, liked, and shared to let everyone know, you're doing that not because you like the topic. You're doing that either because you like the way that I present true crime and trials, or because you want to let others know, hey, we're live over here. Then the algorithm is like, okay, go call some more people, and they can come here and watch with us, okay? Carla says moving a child from home to home is traumatic enough. The child knew love from Michelle only for 10 months. If she was moved multiple times, no wonder she regressed with Adam plus the abuse. Yes, thank you so much for your sticker. And you did hear that Michelle said her foster parent for some time said that they would tell her you'd leave a sparkle, that she left a sparkle wherever she went. So, oh man, that is so sweet. So I'm glad that I made these purple hearts here for Harmony. I'm putting them in chat now, and they are actually like glitter hearts. It's sparkly purple hearts and Harmony's favorite color, was purple. Okay, so this is the biological mom. This is Crystal Sorey. Okay, so we're going to hear from her now.
If you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sorey. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Sorey, since we're being recorded here today, and there's a microphone right in front of you, so I will ask you to please keep your voice up to make sure that the recording picks you up. Would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Crystal Renee Sorey, Crystalsorey.
And Ms. Sorey, what town do you live in?
I live in Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived there?
A year and 5 months.
And how far did you go in school?
I didn't graduate high school.
Okay.
So this is Harmony's biological mother, and I think that the state attorney, the prosecution is Christopher Knowles that's now asking her questions.
I'd like to ask you about a specific day, June 7th, 2014. What significance, if any, does that day have for you?
It was the day my daughter Harmony was born.
And Harmony was a girl, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any other daughters besides Harmony?
No.
And what was her full name?
Harmony Renee Montgomery.
Same middle name as you?
Yes.
Okay. What was her medical condition when she was born?
She was blind in her right eye. She was misdiagnosed twice before that. Just blind in her right eye.
And after about 3 months after she was born, who did she go to live with?
Michelle Raftery.
Okay. And do you know Michelle?
Very well.
Why did she go to live with Michelle?
I am a recovering drug addict. I was struggling at the time, handling her diagnosis. I was struggling.
Okay. Is it fair to say that who you are now in 2024 is different than who you were in 2014?
Very.
In March of 2016, were you able to obtain custody of Harmony again?
Yes.
Okay. Where did the two of you live?
First, when she reunified, I was at Casa Esperanza in Roxbury. It was a reunification program, but you could only progress so much there. So then we moved to Ruth Kelly Umi's house on the other side of Roxbury, Dorchester.
Okay. When the two of you were living together, how was Harmony?
Amazing, rambunctious, very smart. By the time she was 2, she could tell you her whole life story.
She was talkative?
Yes. People didn't believe she was 2.
When you got custody and were reunified with Harmony in those two places, did you work and finish potty training with Harmony?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And how did she take to that?
She did very well, honestly. I was kind of surprised. She was just really excited to be a big sister. Her brother had diapers, and I told her, babies wear diapers, and you're not a baby anymore. You're a big sissy. So she was right on it, and she did so well. In
September and then October, I know you were reunified in March of 2016. In September and October of 2018, did she go to live again with Michelle Raftery?
Yes.
And when she left then, that would be the fall of 2018, how old was she?
2018. 3, I believe 3, almost 4.
Yeah, basis?
It's leading in with, I think the dates are wrong.
Your Honor, I believe the question was how old was she in the fall of 2018?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. So she was born in 2014, is that correct?
She was 4, yes.
Okay, so she was 4 in 18.
Yes.
And was she fully potty trained when she left you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, who was Harmony's birth father?
Adam Montgomery.
And how did you meet him?
Through a mutual friend.
Was he living with you when Harmony was born?
No.
He was in prison at the time. We went over that from his dark criminal past. We looked at his entire rap sheet and where it all started and where he was when Harmony was born. So if you missed that, it's on the playlist. Also, someone said earlier it would have been so much harder for Crystal if Adam was sitting there in the courtroom. But the thing is, during his weapons trial, which was last year, June, Crystal was there in the courtroom. So I think she would have been fully prepared to look at him and, you know, be there, even though he is a very dangerous and scary and probably very triggering person. I think she would have been prepared for it. The coward's sitting in his jail cell, apparently. Actually in prison, right? Because he's already been sentenced for the weapons charges. 60 years or so. Thank you so much. I do not know how to say your name. I am so sorry. I can't even try. You said the time has come for Harmony to get justice. Thank you for covering this and doing it respectfully for Harmony. Greetings from Iceland. Oh my word. Nice to see you in chat. Thank you so much for being here and thank you for your sticker. Okay, so.
Were the two of you living together when Harmony went to live with the Rafteries?
Never.
Did you ever have any other children with Adam Montgomery?
No.
At some point in 2019, who got custody of Harmony?
Adam.
Where was Adam living at the time?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Do you remember what street he was living on?
Gilford Street.
And is that where Harmony was as well?
Yes.
What, if any, visits did you have with Harmony after she went to live with Adam Montgomery?
I had 2 physical visits with her. And then I had 2 FaceTime calls, both very brief.
The physical visits, where did you visit her?
Excuse me. Gilford Street.
Did you visit with her outside the home or inside the home?
Inside the home.
Inside the home. Did you see where her room was?
No. He never showed me.
When you say he, who is he?
Adam never showed me. I was only allowed in the living room or the bathroom.
How did you communicate with Adam at that time?
Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah, he wouldn't give me his number.
When did you last see Harmony?
April
of
2019.
April of 2019?
Yeah, right before Easter.
How did you see her?
Oh, I was doing a Facebook video call. That was how I had job training, so I couldn't do a physical visit that week because I didn't know my schedule.
You said that was before Easter, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see her on Easter?
Yes.
Were you able to see her after that?
No.
What did you try to do to be able to see her or talk to her after that?
I just kept reaching out to Adam and Kayla and, asking, begging them to let me see her, and I was sorry for whatever I did. I wasn't even sure what I did, but I was just trying to reach out to really anybody at that point, his family, his grandmother, his uncle, his dad, anybody.
Okay. Let me ask, did you try to reach out through the months of May and June?
Yes.
What about in July?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you receive any phone call from Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, in July?
Yes.
I'm not going to go into the detail of what was said, but after that call, did you continue these efforts you talked about before, trying to get in touch with Adam?
Yes.
And what about September of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
What about October and November of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
Christmas of 2019?
Yes.
In touch with him then?
Yes.
Were any of those successful?
No.
Did you see or hear from Harmony at all during that time period?
No.
What about in the year 2020? Did you continue to try to find and get in touch with Harmony or Adam?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No problem. What about the following year, in the year 2020? Did you try to get a hold of Adam and Harmony?
Yes, I had made a new Facebook hoping, because he had blocked me and so did Kayla, I was hoping to get through to him that way.
Did you try also through 2021?
Yes.
By December of 2021, what else were you doing to try to find Harmony
I was
to respond?
Calling DCF. I was, telling my therapist, talking to anybody that I knew was either a mandated reporter or had some type of leverage because I wasn't getting anywhere. I had wrote also to the mayor.
And in December of 2021,
Quick pause, hold on.
did you have
Janice says, does she live in a different state? So she lived, and I think lives still, in Massachusetts. And Adam had moved to New Hampshire. Manchester, New Hampshire. Yes.
any meetings with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry.
Yep. In December of 2021, did you meet with the Manchester Police Department about trying to find Harmony?
Yes.
And with regards to that, did you provide them with any permissions to try to get more information to help find Harmony?
I signed whatever they needed me to sign.
Did any of that include medical authorizations for medical records?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA swab for them?
Twice.
Did you provide permission for them to look at your Facebook account?
Yes.
Did you provide permission for them to find out where you had been living and contact those places to confirm your dates there?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 1 to 1.
For identification?
Shame.
I'm sorry, that's full exhibit. Thank you.
Do you recognize this person?
Shame. Oh, they're showing a picture of Adam Montgomery first.
Yes. Adam Montgomery.
This is the person that you were trying to get a hold of?
Yes.
Show now States Exhibit 97.
Janice says, I would be so confused if I didn't know the background right now. See, I told you the homework was worth it. We were working hard, you guys. We did a part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 deep dives on the case before the trial started so that everybody could feel ready for the trial. So if you didn't do that, at least today is Thursday and tomorrow's Friday. So you'll have the weekend, if you're feeling a little lost today and tomorrow, to catch up on part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which I would recommend so that you have more context as you watch the trial with us.
That's my girl. That's Harmony.
In the fall of 2018, when she met Raftery, do you know that she was going to school?
When she was with Michelle, she was, but not after.
Not after.
No.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
When she went with Adam, she never went to school.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if we could have...
Even that tells you a lot. Just see when the sun comes back on. Even that tells you a lot, with Adam taking full custody of Harmony and then basically using her for cash, for food stamps, raking in the disability benefits and things like that, but not making sure, she doesn't need to go to school. Her needs were not met and she was abused. That's alleged, right? She was allegedly abused. So, sure, that's terrible. Just go forward a little bit.
That you talked about through 2019, 2020.
A little bit back. There we go. I do have closed captions on always, Joy, so just turn it on if you can. I've also moved the chat up a little bit so that it doesn't interfere with that. So just make sure you turn CC on, closed captions. It should be working.
Ms. Sorey, I just have one last question for you. With regards to all of those communications that you talked about through 2019, 2020, 2021, trying to get a hold of Adam Montgomery or Harmony, for any of those, were you ever able to speak with Harmony?
No.
I can have just a moment, please. Clarify, Ms. Sorey, the last time that you saw her, I believe your testimony before was April of 2019?
Yes.
So it was not around Thanksgiving time of 2019?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Sorey. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
You could just use the podium if you want. Leave it there. Thank you. I'll pull it out after this. I'll pull it out after this, because I only have a couple of questions.
And it sounds like Harmony was a lovely child and a joy, is that right?
Yes.
And
Okay, so now the defense is asking questions. Cross, Stitch, and True Crime, thank you so much. I'm double checking with Andrea Burkhart and Defense Diaries, Bob Motter. Why does Adam Montgomery not have to be in the courtroom? As you know, things work differently in different states. So we're in New Hampshire, you know, so I think it works differently there. I don't think the jury could take notes either. Adam Montgomery every day is going to be asked if he's going to be in the courtroom or waive his right to be in the courtroom. And so far he hasn't been, okay? I don't know if he will be. As people speculated in chat earlier, you guys were saying you think he might be when Kayla's on the stand because he is such a controlling guy and he might want to intimidate her, right? So we'll see if that happens. I'm not too sure on which day and where. And if you have knowledge of that, please don't spoil it for us. We are watching this right now as if it is in real time, but it's like we started 3 hours later, right? And we're going to do that every day. So don't be confused. We're starting the coverage every day, 3 or so hours later, so that we can always skip through lunch breaks and, you know, all the fluff, okay? Thank you for being here. Let's continue on.
you described on direct her getting potty trained and you comparing her to her brother.
Yeah.
Your son.
Yes.
And I think she loved being a big sister to her brother, your son.
Yes.
Right. And you described how old Harmony was in September of 2018, I think. Harmony was not living with you at that time. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Right. You may sit down. Just be very careful of the wires. Okay.
Shame. Okay, so Tessa's mess said defendants can waive their right to appear, but it's discouraged and looks terrible. I agree. I don't know if that helps his defense at all. Right? Not being there. Why does he think that would help? The only reason that I think that he thinks it could help is because he's going to put on quite the show when he does come out. Because he's already asked that he can, so that he can wear shackles and not a leg brace. So I can only imagine he's going to come in looking like some weak little man on the day that he actually, decides to come out from wherever he is. Freaking Pennywise. This guy's got a Pennywise tattoo on his neck, but he's like hiding there in his prison cell. Not so tough, are we now? But again, I think it's a strategy. I think he's a pretty calculated dude.
Call your next witness.
I think this is that Matt Johnson? Isn't this Matt Johnson from Court TV? I always like his reporting a lot. He always keeps us informed there on, on X. Stefan says the crosses are quite lame so far. Little bit, right? Little bit. Okay, time to go forward a little bit. See, we could just skip. Wait. Here we go. And we teleported forward again.
Morning, Mr. Travers. Thank you so much. Please remain standing for a brief moment and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Travers, let me just ask you, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name or the initials you go by and your last name for the record?
Sure. My first name is Dee Dee, just spelled as Dee Dee. Last name is Travers, Travb as in Victor, ERS.
And Ms. Travers, do you live in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
Approximately 20 years.
20 years. And currently, where do you work?
I work for a Catholic Medical Center in Manchester.
What do you do for them?
Currently, I work as a nurse practitioner.
And how long have you been working as a nurse practitioner for them?
I've been working about 5 years.
Ooh, she said Catholic Medical Center. And remember, the bag that Adam put Harmony's body in from the duffel bag was a Catholic Medical Center bag. So I wonder if we're going to find out now where he got the bag, right?
As a nurse practitioner.
And prior to that, were you also working for CMC in a different capacity?
Yes. I was working as a registered nurse.
Okay. Let me ask you, at any point were you assigned to work at the affiliate for Catholic Medical Center, the urgent care in Bedford?
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention specifically to June 2nd of 2019. Did you take vital signs from a child named Harmony Montgomery that day?
Yes.
And as part of those vital signs, did you measure and record her weight?
Yes.
How much did Harmony Montgomery, the patient that you saw that day, weigh when you saw her on June 2nd of 2019?
I don't recall the actual number.
Let me ask, with regards to those, when you measured her weight, did you record that information somewhere?
I would record it in the electronic health records.
Okay. And with regards to the electronic health records, when do you record that? So,
generally, it's done in the room with the patient.
So right then and there, while you're with the patient, you're recording that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you had a chance to look at those records, do you think that looking at those records might help refresh your recollection as to what the weight was that you took on that day?
If I could look again, I could remember the number. Yeah, that'd be great.
Do you want to approach page 4822? And do you recognize that to include the medical records that you entered that day?
Yep, it has my name right there.
Okay. And I'm about to say, I'm going to have you go ahead and take a look at it for a moment. And when you're ready, just look back at me. I'm going to ask you what her weight was.
Okay.
And does that, looking at that, does that help refresh your recollection of the weight?
Yes.
Okay. And how much did Harmony Montgomery weigh in June of 2019 when you measured her?
35.20.
35.20. And are those grams, those pounds?
I'm sorry, I didn't look at that. I apologize.
That's all right. I'm sorry. The 35.20, is that pounds? 35 pounds? Or 35.20 pounds, I should say.
I didn't actually see that it said pounds on there, but
Okay. Let me ask, do you typically, when you do your measurements, are they in pounds or are they in kilograms?
They're usually in kilograms.
Usually in kilograms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure that your memory is fresh. So with regards to the record, do you recall off the top of your head whether it was 35.2 kilograms or 35.2 pounds?
I don't recall.
Okay. And having a chance to look at the vital signs again, do you think that might refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Same page?
Okay.
Let's say, does that help? I see you nodding your head up and down. Does that help refresh?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that 35.2 are those pounds or kilograms?
Pounds.
35.2 pounds.
All right, thank you very much.
So I looked up the average weight of a 5-year-old, and they say 40.5 pounds would be the average. Is that right? So 35.2 pounds would be underweight then. I think that's what they're trying to say as well.
Commissioner Travers, I greatly appreciate it. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
And I think Harmony's weight was appropriate for her size and age.
Foundation.
I'm just checking. 35.2 pounds is pounds in kilograms. To work it out for everybody, 15.9 kilograms. Okay. All right. So going forward. See, you can skip through sidebars too.
That's correct.
We can skip through sidebars when it's long like that. Okay, let's go back a few seconds.
Just a couple of more questions. Did you stay in the room until the doctor came in to look at Harmony?
No.
Okay, so you just pretty much take that information and give it to the doctor for the doctor to do the examination?
That's correct.
Okay, and you don't know the results of the examination, is that right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any further?
No further, we ask the witness to be excused, please.
All right, any objections or being excused?
May I ask one more question, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. But one of the observations that you did make was the sores around her mouth?
That's what I wrote in the report, yes.
Okay, and that was a rash or sores around her mouth that she was present for, right?
Yeah, that's what I wrote in the report, yeah.
Thank you.
Any objections or being, do you have any follow-up questions from that?
Yeah, we can just have a brief.
Yes?
I don't know how that helps the defense at all.
No questions, and we would ask the witness to be excused, please.
Any objections or being? No objection. All right, you may sit down and you are excused.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you.
That was quick. Powering through witnesses, huh?
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Kevin Montgomery to the stand.
Ooh. Oh my word. I just got goosebumps, guys. Uncle Kevin? Yes, let's hear him. Okay. Uncle Kevin is going to take the stand. Here we go. You're going to hear me typing now, sorry. Oh yeah, there's Uncle Kevin. If you did the homework with us, you know we're anticipating this, right?
Watch your step, there's a couple of cords there.
If you did not do the homework with us, don't feel bad, okay? Don't worry, you'll catch up in no time. It's all on the playlist there, but let me just tell you quickly. Uncle Kevin, I believe, is Adam Montgomery's uncle. He lived at that 77 Gilford Street address for some time as well. I think he was supposed to, the family, it was Adam's grandmother's house. And Adam's grandmother and Uncle Kevin and them just packed up eventually and they moved to Florida. And it sounds like because they couldn't deal with Adam anymore, right? So they had no electricity at the house eventually. And eventually Adam and Kayla and the kids got evicted, which we then know they lived in a Chrysler Sebring. And so the story goes, right? So Uncle Kevin is one of the people who is very important, a very important witness for that second-degree assault charge, because he's the one that heard Adam say that I don't want to say what he said again, that he admitted that he hit Harmony, we heard earlier exactly what he said. They're probably going to tell us again. But he's a very important witness to the abuse that Harmony suffered. He's the one that said Harmony was made to stand in the corner for hours, made to scrub the toilet with her own toothbrush, things like that. So we're going to hear about that. So it is upsetting. I'm just excited to hear from Uncle Kevin because, like, okay, a direct witness of Adam's behavior, who was in the house with him for some time, okay, and saw it. So let's hear what Uncle Kevin has to say. But as I say, trigger warning, it's not going to be easy. This case is very, very devastating, heartbreaking, difficult, and can be triggering for some. So make sure you look after yourself. If it's too much for you, you need to take a break. Do that. Come back. We always will save a seat for you, okay? Your seat is always ready here at Grizzly True Crime.
Remain standing for just a moment.
Thank you. Mr. Montgomery, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Montgomery, as we are being recorded here for the record, could you please go ahead, and I'm going to ask you to please go ahead and state your name, both your first and your last name.
Hang on one second. Could you carefully open that? Otherwise it sort of comes, the top can open. Thank you.
Uncle Kevin's getting hydrated for his testimony. Here we go.
Thank you, sir. If you would please go ahead and state your full name and spell out both your first and your last name for the record.
Kevin Lester Montgomery, Kevin Montgomery.
And Mr. Montgomery, what town are you living in now?
Malden, Mass.
Okay. How long have you lived down there?
I've been back in the area since June.
June of this year?
Last year.
June of last year.
23.
Of course. Sorry. And are you currently working?
I am.
What do you do for work?
I am a plumber.
And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
How long have you been a plumber?
Roughly 3.5 years-ish.
What are some of the other kind of jobs that you had before being a plumber?
Landscaping. I was in the drywall, union, roofing,
Okay.
stuff like that.
I'd like to ask, in 2019, where were you living at the first part of 2019?
2019, first part of 2019, I was living in Manchester,
And what was the street address that you were living at?
77 Gilford Street.
Who owned that home?
Excuse me?
Who owned that home? Sorry.
My mom and my ex.
And who else lived there? Let me ask, let's say in February or March of 2019, who else lived there?
So it was me, my nephew, his wife, and their kids.
And who's your nephew, sir?
Adam Montgomery.
And who was his wife at the time?
Kayla Montgomery.
I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibits 1.
Okay, so it was Adam's grandmother's house. I think her name was Helen, if I'm not mistaken. And Kevin and his ex, and I think his ex was also called Kayla. And then Adam and his wife Kayla and the kids. As in Harmony and her 2 half-brothers. And that was at 77 Gilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Just see if, let's just talk about State's Exhibit 1 for a moment. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
I do.
Okay. And what is that a photograph of?
The front of the house.
Which house?
77 Gilford Street.
Okay. And what about, and with regards to that photo, did the house look that way when you were living there in 2019? And by that I just mean where the windows are, the door is, the color.
Yes.
Okay. And now I would like to show you State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize what that is a photo of?
I do.
What's that a photo of?
That was Harmony's room.
Where was her room, inside this house or somewhere else? Did she live with you?
Yeah, her room was across from my room inside that house.
Other than the stickers that are at the bottom here, and the photograph itself of the room and the home.
Pause. Annie Marie says people were so mean to me. I mean, in other chats, why? You see, that means they're not informed. They don't know the situation. They're being ugly to him. We're so excited to hear from Uncle Kevin, just to hear, well, what happened there? He's a very, very important witness in this case.
Are these accurate to your memory of what that room used to look like and what this home used to look like generally when you were there?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identifications to be stricken from State's Exhibit 1 and 2, please.
Without objection. I'm sorry. No, without objection. Okay, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
Just give me a quick peek when you take those whole things. I got close.
What are we hearing there? Yeah, Forensic Bureau says he looks super anxious.
Mr. Montgomery. Go ahead. Permission, Officer.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. With regards to State's Exhibit 1, this is 77 Gilford Street? Is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you, how many bedrooms were in the home? How big house are we talking about?
Living room on the first floor, 2 bedrooms in the back, and then like an attic that was like made over upstairs.
When you say made over upstairs, was that also used as a bedroom?
Correct.
And I'm showing State's Exhibit 2. I believe you said before, I want to make sure I got your testimony right, that this was Harmony's room. Is that right?
Yes.
The stickers on the wall.
I just want to show you guys a picture of the house in case you haven't seen it. This is what they're showing him. 77 Gilford Street. This is the house, okay? So yes, everybody be kind to Kevin. I don't know why people would be mean to him. They obviously don't know the story.
Do you know what that's a sticker of?
Yes, that was a Minnie Mouse.
Montgomery, excuse me. In 2019, you said, I believe before, you said that your nephew, Adam Montgomery, was living with you. Is that correct?
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, certainly. And let me move closer to the microphone. In 2019, I believe you testified a moment ago that you said Adam Montgomery was living with you, and he's your nephew. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so, nephew, in terms of, so who's his father? And I would assume his father or mother is a brother or sister to you.
So his dad's my older brother, Michael.
Okay. And with regards to Adam, how long have you known Adam?
His whole life.
Okay. Were you subpoenaed to be here today to testify?
I was.
Okay. And let me ask you, do you want to be here today testifying about your nephew?
No.
When Adam came to live with you at Gilford Street, I believe you said before that he had kids with him and that he had his wife. Could you tell us what her name is?
Adam's wife?
Yes.
Kayla
Okay.
Montgomery.
And the kids that moved in with him there in 2019, who were they?
Do
you remember their names, I should say?
I do. Could you say that question again, please?
Certainly. So when Adam and Kayla came to live with you, you said that there were kids in the home before. What were their names?
So when Adam and Kayla came in, who came with them?
Yes, exactly.
At first it was just Seamus.
Okay. And who is Seamus?
Seamus is their son.
Okay. Who came to live with you next after that? Which child came next?
I believe, 2019. So I believe a baby was born somewhere, and then Harmony.
And then Harmony. So Harmony was the last child to move in?
I believe so.
Okay. We looked at a picture of Harmony's room. Where was that room in the house? Was it upstairs? Was it downstairs?
So it was downstairs at the end of the hallway on the right,
Okay. And where was your room in the home?
right across the hall.
Where did you see Harmony spend most of
Shame. He seems really traumatized, you know. Crimson Berry said in chat earlier, poor Kevin jumped off the Tobin Bridge and survived. I did not know that. I'll have to look into that. Shame, man.
her time when she was in the house?
Question approach, Judge.
Oh, man. He is traumatized, this guy, right? Deb says he's nervous but brave at the same time. It's amazing to me how many people want to blame everybody, but Adam is the one to blame for what happened, even though technically he's innocent or proven guilty. But damn, that rap sheet he's got, the sentence he's already got, the allegations, the witnesses, I don't know, man. In my opinion, yeah, this should be him never getting out of prison after this trial, but we'll see. But shame, I don't know. I can't imagine blaming Kevin for anything. But let's hear what he's got to say. I'm just waiting. Shame. Let me go forward a little bit.
What house did you see her in? Where did she spend?
Okay, here we go.
So, Mr. Montgomery, let me just restate that question for you. So the question that I had for you is that when you saw Harmony, primarily what parts of the house did you see her in? Where did she spend most of her time that you saw?
Just everywhere.
Just everywhere?
Kitchen.
Okay.
Living room, just everywhere.
In July of 2019, did you stay in New Hampshire or did you go to any other state?
I lived in New Hampshire, and then I went for roughly 3 weeks to Florida.
Okay. And let me ask you about that trip to Florida. Did any other family members go with you on that trip?
My son.
Your son? Okay. And when you were in Florida, did you visit any family members?
I did, all my family.
Okay. Let me ask you.
Crimson Berries, you also said that he has severe TBI, you believe, which is a traumatic brain injury, right? Do you have any information on why he jumped off Tobin Bridge or at what point? Like a timeline? I can't really find anything. If you have any links to send me, my email is grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. I would love to know more, please.
Yes, sir. When you were down in Florida visiting family, tell us some of the different family members that lived down there that you saw.
So the trip was primarily to go see my mom because my mom had some health issues. But I have several brothers, I saw them, nephews, sister, the whole family.
And I know testifying can be very difficult, so if you need a break or anything, you just let us know and let the court know, okay?
Okay.
All right. You said that you were seeing your mother and she had some health issues. What health issues did she have?
So I believe that April she had triple bypass, heart surgery. Okay. And that's what the trip was based around, was going to see her.
And did you spend a lot of time with her during that July?
Sorry, I'm not going to pause as much now. I just want to make sure we clear this all up. Smurf Anna said that's hard to determine. Also, with a severe TBI, he wouldn't be on the stand. have a mild TBI and I struggle sometimes. Thank you, Smurf Anna, for that feedback as well.
Fly trip?
I did.
Okay. When you came back, do you remember what day you flew back into town?
Roughly the 22nd or the 23rd of July.
Okay. And I apologize, I made an assumption there, and I shouldn't do that. How did you come back to New Hampshire? Did you fly? Did you drive? Did you take a train?
We flew, James and myself.
And when you flew back, who's James?
James is my son.
Okay. So when you flew back into town, did you fly into Manchester or into Boston or somewhere else?
Boston, Logan.
Okay. Did you come back to Manchester that same day after you got off the flight?
I did.
Okay. And did you go to visit 77 Gilford Street? Did you go home?
I did.
Let me ask you, when you got home, did you see Harmony there?
I did.
Where did you see her?
I see her standing in the kitchen.
Okay, we can already gather what's going to be said now. So they're talking about this time frame of July of 2019. This is where the second-degree assault charge comes from that Adam is facing. Because right now, he conceded guilt to 2 charges, and he's facing charges of second-degree assault, second-degree murder, and tampering with a witness. So, trigger warning, everyone, because I think Uncle Kevin here is going to describe horrendous abuse that Harmony Montgomery suffered at the hands of Adam Montgomery, Uncle Kevin's nephew, okay?
And when you saw her in the kitchen, how did she look to you?
She had a black eye.
Can you describe it for us? How did the black eye look?
Full, like a raccoon's eye, black and blue.
Black and blue?
Yes.
And when you say full, what do you mean by full? Can you give us a good
All
example?
the way around.
All the way around. And I see just there you were pointing to your right eye. Did you see it on her right eye?
I honestly can't recall, but I think the left.
Okay, you think the left. Okay. I appreciate that for your honesty there. You said you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye, what, if anything, did you say? It's okay. Take your time.
Something along the words of, "Oh my fucking God, what did you do, Harmony?"
And who answered that question?
My nephew Adam,
Where was he?
standing right behind her.
And what did Adam say?
She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house.
Did Harmony ever say anything in response to the question, or just Adam saying, "I bashed her around the fucking house"?
I think just Adam.
Shame. This is very stressful. Can you imagine if Adam Montgomery was in the courtroom now? I mean, this witness is incredibly traumatized from what I can see. That would have been very hectic. So with Adam Montgomery sitting out like the coward he is, I think he's doing the state a favor. Because the witnesses, I don't know, I would feel sorry for this guy if Adam was in the courtroom right now. With a level of trigger and trauma, right?
How did Adam say this?
How did he say it?
Yes. Or let's put it this way. Can you say it the way that he said it so that we understand?
I'm not sure if I had to describe it to the best of my ability. It would be like a cocky son of a bitch.
Did Adam tell you?
I'm sure you guys heard that, right? How would you describe him? You said like a cocky son of a, you know.
Why he bashed her around the house and caused the black eye?
He did.
What did he say?
He said he was in the bathroom moving his bowels, in that he put Harmony in charge to watch Declan, and when he came out, Harmony had her hands over his mouth, and I guess his lips were supposedly below. That's what was explained.
That's what Adam explained to you?
Correct.
And after he explained that, how did he say he caused the black eye?
I bashed her around the fucking house.
Was there anybody else in the kitchen when Adam said this to you?
Just the three of us.
Just you, Adam, and Harmony?
Harmony.
Let me ask you, did you stay at your house that night?
I did.
What about the night after that?
I left the following morning.
Did you ever stay in the house after that? Overnight?
I did not.
When you heard this from Adam, who did you tell about what Adam told you and seeing the black eye? Who did you tell?
You want names?
Yes, please.
Told my mom. Told my son's mother, Christina. Told my sister, Erin. My brothers, Sean, Michael, and Richard. I told one of Adam's friends, Nick and Aaron. I told Harmony's mom, Crystal. I told Harmony's foster mom, Michelle. I think I told my sister Janine, my mother Helen. That's kind of what I remember. Oh. Could you just repeat the question again?
That's all right. I believe you answered the question.
Okay.
Let me ask, did you also...
My word, I just can't believe how fearful and traumatized and everything he is. And he told a lot of people, so people always say he did nothing. He told just about everyone. He told his mom, his ex, his sister, his brothers. So one of his brothers would be Adam's father. So I think Adam's father's name is Michael. So he said he told his brothers, which is Sean, Michael, and Richard. So I would think that would be Adam's dad, one of them, the Michael. He told two of Adam's friends. He told Harmony's mom, Crystal. He told Michelle, the foster mom, as well. Whoa.
Make any calls to the what's called DCYF, or the Division of Children, Youth, and Families?
I did.
And the Nicholas and the Aaron that you referred to, is that Nicholas the same person as Nicholas Ahern?
Yes.
And is that Aaron the same person as Aaron Rue?
Yes.
Why did you tell all these people? Why did you call DCYF about this?
Say that again?
Yes. Why did you tell all of these people?
To get help.
Help for who?
For Harmony.
Did you ever see Harmony after that day?
I did.
When did you see her? And by when, I mean what time of year?
What time of year?
Yes.
Maybe approach runner.
Yes.
Sidebar time. Carla said, do we know if Adam is watching from his cell? I don't know how to confirm that. We do not know that for sure. We just speculate that he probably is. Because I'm sure he's got resources to be able to do that, right? Oh my goodness, okay. Little sidebar here.
Of 2019.
Okay. Shame.
Mr. Montgomery, did you, and let me change my questions a little bit for a minute here. Did you see Harmony again in September of 2019?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me ask, on when you did see her, was it at 77 Gilford Street?
Yes.
And was that before Adam was evicted from the home?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony after they were evicted from the home?
No.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
Okay. And who is this?
That's my nephew, Adam Montgomery.
After Adam told you about causing Harmony's black eye, did you have any further conversations with him about that incident?
I did.
Okay. And what did he say to you in that later conversation about this black eye incident?
What did he say to me in the later conversation about the black eye?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what you exactly mean.
Right. I'm about to say, let me back up and I'll clarify. Attorneys need to ask very clear questions. So you've described for this jury about seeing Harmony's black eye and Adam telling you that he bashed her all around the fucking house. Did you talk with Adam about that black eye at a different time, at a later time?
I did.
Okay. And at that later time, what did he say about having bashed Harmony around the house?
Can I explain?
So, if we could approach for a minute, Your Honor.
Quick sidebar. Pistol Amy says his anguish is evident, heartbreaking. Yes, and as Kathleen said earlier, I really hope he has some mental health support. I mean, this really is a lot to carry. I don't think he's okay. Imagine if Adam was in the courtroom. Sure. Luckily, he chickened out.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. We just needed a minute to talk there. What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask I apologize. Let me ask a very clear question about this second conversation. When you were later speaking with Adam about this black eye incident, did he apologize to you for having hit Harmony?
Just yes or no, right?
With regards to the question, yes. Did he apologize to you? Did he say he was sorry for having hit Harmony?
Yes.
He did. Okay. Going into the fall of 2019, after the eviction, and then going into 2020, did you try to get in touch with Adam, with the defendant?
Give me the time frame again.
Yes. After the eviction, so in the fall of 2019, and going into the next January, February of 2020, and then going into the summer of 2020, did you try to get a hold of Adam?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to do so?
I got a hold of somebody on Facebook.
Okay. But what about Adam?
It's hard to remember.
Well, if I can withdraw that question, Your Honor, I'll ask a different question. With regards to that, you said you got a hold of somebody on Facebook. Were you able to go into a conversation on Facebook, or were you ever blocked on Facebook?
Summer of 2020, correct?
Yep, fall of 2019 into the summer of 2020.
Right. The pandemic happened in 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
Like March, right? So that's like my first summer in Florida. Yes, I got I believe I got in touch with someone on Kayla's account through Facebook Messenger that summer.
Okay. What about with one of Adam's accounts?
No, I think I was blocked.
So Adam and Kayla had blocked many people, and after Harmony had died, they had blocked Harmony's mother, Crystal. It sounds like they had blocked Kevin as well, family members, people looking for them.
All right, so Mr. Montgomery, I just have one other quick set of questions for you. And thank you for being patient with me today while I made sure that I was asking the correct questions of you. With regards to what you've talked about for us, one thing, and I'm sure you may be asked about this in a moment, so I'd like to save people some time now. Have you been convicted of 2 felonies out of this court within the last 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. And was one of those a conviction in 2015 for being a felon in possession of a weapon?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2016 for a theft by unauthorized taking?
Yes.
Okay. And from those, have you completed your sentence that was there, and those are all finished now at this point?
Yes.
Lastly, Mr. Montgomery, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 97. Do you recognize this person?
Shame. I think they're going to show a picture of Harmony, isn't it? With his reaction there. No spoilers, please. If anyone's already watched elsewhere, please don't come in here and give spoilers. You don't get a gold star for that. Okay? We just want to watch it like we're watching it here together in our own real time, okay? We have delayed footage or coverage for a reason. So, I mean, I see a lot of people saying, it could be traumatic brain injury and trauma. Yes, it could just be trauma. I mean, have you ever heard of dissociation? It can look like this, where he's trying so hard to just like stay in the moment, and you could see like kind of drifts off here and there. It could be traumatic brain injury, could be, but it could also be trauma. Just trauma. It can be so hectic that it's just like unbearable. This must be very difficult, and that severe trauma can also affect memory. Shame, man. I really feel for this guy. Oh my goodness.
I do.
And who is this?
It's Harmony.
I believe you said your recollection was that it may have been Harmony's left eye that you saw blackened.
I believe so.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few after we speak to the court.
Counsel, please.
Shame. Yeah, Renee says this is definitely the way dissociation looks. Sure. This anxiety and the trauma. And, you know, staying in the moment. Just like, sorry, what? Say that question again? It looks like it's going to break down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Montgomery. Are you able to hear me okay?
Right now, yes.
Great. Let me know if you can. My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam, okay? I'll also ask you some questions, but I'll try to be fairly quick. You indicated that you returned to the Gilford Street address on the 22nd of July, 2019?
I believe I said the 22nd or the 23rd.
One or the other. Could have been the 22nd, could have been the 23rd.
Excuse me?
So it would be either the 22nd or the 23rd of July that you were there?
Correct.
And you ended up having a conversation with Adam. Correct?
Yes.
And this conversation included Adam, yourself, and Harmony in the kitchen, right?
Say that again?
The conversation took place in the kitchen?
Correct.
Harmony was there, right?
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
Adam was there.
Correct. Yes.
Nobody else to your recollection was there.
No.
No other adult was within earshot of this conversation as far as you knew?
No.
And the conversation was prompted because you saw a black eye on Harmony.
Correct.
You indicated that Adam said that she didn't do anything.
Correct.
In response to your question of, oh my God, what happened? He said,
Oh my God, what the fuck did you do? I think I said.
Okay. And as part of this conversation, Adam talked about finding Harmony, suffocating Declan.
Hands over the mouth, I stated.
And with the hands over the...
Oh man. I wonder where Kayla and the boys were at that time. Because of course the defense is like, so where was Kayla? Basically is what they're asking, right? Mary Ann says, I'm surprised Adam admitted hitting Harmony. Guys like Adam need to tell someone. Maybe he thought no one would believe Kevin. Either that or he was influenced by the substances he was on and was just telling him in some kind of rage, almost bragging. Like, I beat her around the house, you know? So maybe he felt comfortable, just, I don't know, maybe thinks it's like guy talk or something. I don't know. There's many ways to think about that, but I wonder if he needs to tell someone or if it was like a slip up. And also, why would he have admitted later? I think it's because Uncle Kevin had phoned so many people and told so many people, and maybe Adam was like, oh crap, okay, I'm very, very sorry. You know what I mean? I don't think he was sorry though.
The mouth, Declan was turning blue.
Lips were blue.
Lips
Is
were
what
blue.
I recollect.
5 months old at the time?
Declan, roughly something like that, yeah.
You said that he made a comment and sounded cocky?
Yes.
Also could have been sarcasm?
Not in my opinion, if that's what you're asking.
But he did express concern regarding Declan and the blue lips.
Yes.
You later made a report to DCYF?
Yes.
That report was approximately a week later?
Correct.
Would July 29th of 2022, I'm sorry, July 29 of 2019, would that sound correct to you?
Roughly about a weekish later, 7-8 days or something. Is that what? Yeah, approximate, I guess. It's going back a while.
Roughly 7 to 8 days, and this was after you had returned to Florida?
After I was back in
sorry,
New Hampshire, right? Is that what you're asking? After I came home?
Right. But
Yes.
you didn't go back to you didn't stay at the house, except for that one night. Did you go back to Florida, or did you go back to Massachusetts?
No, I went to Massachusetts.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I don't have anything further.
Just briefly, please, Your Honor. Mr. Montgomery, about that, you just asked a moment ago whether, you asked a moment ago with regards to Adam, you were asked a moment by Attorney Brooks about him sounding cocky and whether that might also be some sort of sarcasm. When he said, I bashed her all around the fucking house, did that sound like sarcasm to you?
No.
And when you asked Harmony, oh my God, what the fuck happened to you? Were you asking about her eye?
I did. I was.
At any point did the defendant tell you that he had just jerked her away from Declan?
No.
And at any point when you were asked a moment ago on cross-examination about Declan's lips being blue, I want to make sure that's clear. That's not something that you saw, right? That's what the defendant told you had happened.
Yes, correct. That's what I was told.
From the defendant, that's what he says.
Correct.
Let me ask one last question with regards to your understanding. When Adam said that he bashed them all around the fucking house, do you feel that you have somehow conflated what Adam had said?
Conflated? Could you explain, please?
Confused one action for another? Do you think that Adam, when he
Say
said
that-
about, yes,
Say it again,
so let me
please.
restate that. With regards to confusing one issue for another, or conflated what Adam had said, with regards to that, do you feel that you may have been mistaken that when he said that he bashed her all around the fucking house with regards to the black eye, that he was actually talking about just jerking her away from Declan?
I wasn't confused.
There was a lot of words. I'm glad that he was like, what? Yeah, wasn't confused. Adam wasn't being sarcastic, according to Uncle Kevin here. Sure.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay,
Gosh.
ladies and gentlemen.
Uncle Kevin, I think Uncle Kevin did great. I don't know. I still don't know. Why would people be ugly to him? Please don't be unkind. Shame. I hope that he's getting lots of mental health support. I hope that he's okay. Also, I just want to say I don't know that he jumped off a bridge. That's what Crimson Berries in chat said. So I'm going to see if I get any links or any sources or any, story about that. I don't know. It's just something that we were reading that could have happened in his life, which is very sad. And shame, man. I just have a lot of empathy for Uncle Kevin. Okay, so I think they're going to take a lunch break now. Then you want to see some real teleporting. So let's see.
It is just a little past 12:30, so this is a perfect time to break for lunch. I will remind you that you are not to discuss this case, not with each other or with anybody else. While I've indicated to you that you can check your phones on a break or during lunch, you cannot read any media. Make sure all your banners and notifications are turned off. You are not to view any media related to this case. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any of the names that you've heard throughout this case. And I'll have you come back at 1:30 and we will resume evidence at that time. Please rise for the jurors, everyone.
Okay, so let's teleport, shall we? I just want to make sure we don't miss anything the attorneys say. Wait.
In regards to the issues, not
But the issue that's the issue. So I think,
Damn, as soon as the jury left the room, that sound got loud. Well, we know by now. They're going to have a couple of discussions now outside of the presence of the jury, right? So we can't miss that. Okay, so the jury's leaving, and now let's listen.
You may be seated.
Just to clarify, Mr. Montgomery is excused.
He may be excused if any objection? No objection. Okay, yes, he's excused. With the understanding, Attorney Agati, that excused means he's not going to be called now or later.
Yes, Your Honor. In this instance, I think the state.
Okay. So that is what I mean by excuse. So if we don't all agree that that's what excuse means, then we should maybe revisit that after the lunch break, or so that everybody can take a look at it. Okay. Did we need to address any other matters now?
I think, Your Honor, just after the break, we might want to address that one thing with regards to Michelle Raftery, excuse me. But other than that, no defense counsel.
You mean Michelle Raftery?
Michelle Raftery. I apologize. I think other than that, Your Honor, the other things can certainly wait after the break. There's nothing right now that we.
Okay, I just don't want to. I guess I want to know what we're going to talk about so that we can make sure we're starting on time with them. So if we want to have some legal arguments about something, let's talk about what that will be, and then I can tell you when you should come back so that we can do that rather than holding them.
If we can just have a look.
Sure.
We just don't want to. I'm laughing because Forensic Bureau says, ouch, I guess I don't need both ears. That was a sudden jump in. They boosted the audio and we've already boosted. We did not expect that. So let's just see if they discuss anything here. And then, of course, they break for lunch, which means we're going to teleport right through and move on with the day. And that's the beauty of starting later. Okay, the sound is off again.
With regards to Michelle Raftery's ability to sit in on the rest of the trial, the state feels that she is entitled to do that under the Victims' Bill of Rights, specifically RSA 21-M:8. She is considered to be a family member, and so as a result, she has that right to do that.
Okay, so Harmony Montgomery's foster mom, Michelle Raftery, I think was her surname, would like to sit in for the rest of the trial, and the state seems to be arguing that she's entitled to do that. So let's see what they say.
Even though she has been a witness, and even though she may be a witness, depending on what the defendant puts forward in their case in chief, if they choose to present, or he chooses to present. So I would say that's issue number one that we would have to discuss. Issue number two is, at this point, based upon the defendant's representations with regard to Anthony Badero and his behavior as alleged, Mr. Badero, I believe, already has counsel for a different matter, but we should probably set some time aside to have a very quick Richards hearing, because we do anticipate that Mr. Badero is going to be called as a witness in this case.
Do you have any sense of when you might call him? I mean,
not this week, Your Honor, I can say that, certainly not tomorrow. So I believe it would not be until next week. With regards to his specific time, I would anticipate the early part of next week, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think we will reach out to his counsel and see about some availability, maybe either towards the end of the day or early in the morning, either later this week is tomorrow, so, or early next week. But that counsel is going to need some information about.
I believe she has a lot of information already.
But does she know about what this is?
Yes, Your Honor. So he is currently represented, he's not currently represented on this matter. But
so now they're talking about Anthony Badero, who's a witness for the state. He was the one who let Adam, Kayla, and the kids stay in his Audi. I know some of you say Audi. I say Audi. From when the Chrysler Sebring broke down. That was at the Colonial Village Apartments, and I believe that Badero also supplied substances to Adam Montgomery. So I think when they talk about Adam Badero's counsel, I can't remember now, but I think Anthony Badero might actually be serving some time. And anyway, they're not going to see him this week. They have to have we're going to see him on the stand early next week. So they're just discussing that. Okay. Sapira, do I still show the trigger bunny? Sometimes. Yeah. So the entire trial, though, does come with a trigger warning. This one is difficult. I'd have to literally hold the bunny up at all times. But yes, if necessary, I would. But in this trial, unfortunately, all trial long, all day long, I think it's trigger bunny worthy. This is a huge trigger warning. Okay. It's a very devastating case.
he is currently represented by Attorney Ashley Sheehan.
Yes.
And so as a result, before we went to be able to subpoena him and be able to speak with him as part of witness prep, we informed her And so with that, I know that she is up to speed with regards to the issues that we have here. Not
But this,
necessarily
but
what
the issue
this
that,
issue.
that, well, okay, but that's the
That we
issue.
have to get
So I
up to
think,
speed on.
so why don't we do this then? Rather than have the court contact her, the clerk's office, why don't I suggest, you tell me if you disagree with this, why don't I suggest that the state contact her to get to, the defense and the state can talk about what the issue is so that she's apprised. Find out her availability. She's going to need to be in touch with the witness, and then everybody would be here. We could do it before court on one, at 8:30 on one of the mornings.
I can tell you, I think she'll be able to do that in short order. It's our understanding that she was intending to be in the courtroom when he was testifying anyway.
Okay.
This particular matter, so we should be able to get that again in short order.
Okay, so the sooner you can let us know, we can all, talk about the scheduling of this, and then we'll either do it before we start at 9. One of the Fridays, I know is it this Friday? Not the reevaluation? At what point? Tomorrow? All right, well, during the break, I'm going to take a look. I know I have a short docket tomorrow morning at 9, so we won't start this at 9. I'll see if we can start at 9:30, but it might be 10. So maybe seeing about Monday morning. I don't know what you all think about that.
Certainly.
If not then.
We can move this testimony to a little bit later if we have to.
Okay. Okay.
The last issue, I'm going to go ahead and let Attorney Knowles address, considering that specifically that Demetrios Tsaros is going to be one of the state's witnesses who's going to be called today, and it's with regards to statements that defense counsel made.
Your Honor, I will say that the state, in listing witnesses that were going to be called today, did not mention Mr. Tsaros.
I'm sure he's right on the slip. I gave you guys that sickie.
He was not. Have it, because I wrote it down.
Yeah, I know this.
Huh?
I know this.
Okay. He was not, but we will figure out.
I know this is essentially fluff that we like to defluff, but I don't want to miss anything here. We want to hear what are these important conversations. So they're talking about a witness called Demetrios Tsaros. Okay.
Way to deal.
For later.
All right, well, he can look for the paper and but either way, it sounds like we're going to be able to continue the testimony. So what is the issue that you wanted to raise? And is this as to this afternoon's witness?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, Your Honor, I believe it was on the sticky note we provided to Maptime.
Okay.
That said, Your Honor, and excuse me. I apologize.
It's okay.
In opening statements, defense opening statements, the defense mentioned an opinion offered by this witness as to his findings regarding any abuse or neglect that occurred regarding the call that we just heard about from the last witness. Excuse me. And it's the state's position that opened the door to the basis of that opinion. The state being able to challenge the basis, the information that witness had regarding the abuse, regarding the investigation, information that he received prior to authoring that opinion, the witnesses that he spoke with, the information that he learned from them, as well as his observations, who was present when he interviewed the child. Again, that information was offered by the attorney at opening.
Basically, what they said was that he would say that he did not notice. What was it that you said? I can go back and look. But
it was both that he did not notice, that essentially that the report was unsubstantiated, which is the terminology that DCYF uses in closing a report, that it's either substantiated or unsubstantiated. And
I wonder if they're still talking about this Demetrios Tsaros. Maybe he's from DCYF. No spoilers, please. And that he went to investigate, the like if Harmony had a black eye, after Uncle Kevin had called and he said that was unsubstantiated claims, which, how?
So he the jury that their report was unsubstantiated. And I would just say, Your Honor, this would be the equivalent of asking an officer who testifies their ultimate opinion of guilt for innocence of the defendant. And so under 703, the rule on expert testimony, when such an opinion is offered, an expert opinion, which was unnoticed to the state can then, or the person that's challenging that evidence, so not the moving party or the proponent of that evidence, but the other party can then challenge that evidence, and inadmissible, what would otherwise be inadmissible, becomes relevant and admissible once that opinion is offered. And that opinion was given to the jurors. And I would argue that bell cannot be wrong.
Just going to pause quickly. Jinsei says, my eyes are too heavy. I cannot make it to the end. Thanks, G. See you all later. Jinsei, I hope that you'll check out the replay just to see the rest of today. I will put timestamps in for you. So it'll be really easy just to see the pinned comment or in the description box and just skip to where you last were, right? So now we at 4 hours 06. So you'll be somewhere around there, especially when they come back from lunch. Okay. So thank you so much for spending time here with us.
To challenge that opinion.
And what is it that you want to say? So what is it that you want to get into then?
The statements that he was provided by the statements that he was provided that led to his investigation, the statements, the witnesses that he spoke to, what he was told, what he reviewed.
So you want to get into the whole investigation that led to the determination that it was unsubstantiated.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let me see what the defense has to say, and then I may have some more questions. Go ahead.
Sure. So the 703, it's not applicable, Your Honor. This is not expert testimony. We're talking about a factual finding, or a lack of a factual finding, rather, made by a fact-gathering witness. So this is no
but if you're
expert
going to ask,
opinion.
but whether expert or not expert, I guess the question then becomes, if you're going to ask him, you deemed this unsubstantiated, why can they not talk about all of the information that went into the ultimate conclusion?
Well, I think that perhaps they could, but as long as also it allows for Harmony's own words to be used and what she said, and the circumstances surrounding her being interviewed alone. There can't be cherry picking.
Well, although you're basically, you put in information that then leads them to open the door to the information that you actually want to get in. That seems a little suspect, Attorney Brooks. No? In fact, I'll look, but I think there's some law on you opening the door for the purposes of getting in otherwise.
I'm not opening my own door, Your Honor. I'm not allowed to do that. But the state in turn shouldn't be able to just selectively pick various things. And I have no idea at this point what they would be seeking to introduce. Perhaps we can have a discussion about that during the break. But this is not a 703 or an expert situation. 703 is inapplicable.
It does feel that it leaves the jury with a misleading impression if you just get to say, he reported, Kevin Montgomery reported this to you, and ultimately you deemed it unsubstantiated. And that is my concern. So, and then it does seem that your expectation would be that they would then get to put in the other parts of that, the rest of the investigation, which would include the statements that you would like to get in, which would be Harmony's statements. I mean, isn't that sort of the natural?
Yeah, I'm not sure if...
This judge is called Amy Messer. Amy Messer. Yes.
If the state is seeking to get in, I'm not sure what from the DCYF investigation they're seeking to get in, or the limitations of that investigation, or the fact that there may have been subsequent information that Tsaros did not have. I don't know.
Let me ask you, Attorney Knowles, what are you trying to get into?
The substance of the investigation.
I know, but what is the substance beyond that Harmony had said that? Because what you don't. Well, let me start here. If I let you get into what you want to get into, and then the state says, well, if you say that, then we want to get into Harmony's statements. Is that acceptable to you, that it just all comes in, everything about the investigation? Sure.
So when I asked on X, why does Adam Montgomery not have to be in the courtroom? The answer is because he has the right to waive being in court until he wants to appear. So that's what we have as an answer so far. Let me just quickly see. Lawyer Mystery Maven. I've asked on X, right? Thank you, Lawyer Mystery Maven, for answering. She said it's because the right to be present is his personal right. Under the Constitution, a criminal defendant has certain rights that include the right to be present at trial, as well as the right to due process, to present a defense, to confront a witness. These rights belong to the defendant and no one else. As a result, it's his right to waive. In other words, you can't force someone to exercise or not exercise their rights. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. So that's the answer we've got so far. That's a good answer from Lawyer Mystery Maven. Wow.
Your Honor, the state's fine with getting into Harmony's statement, but understanding that that statement was not made alone. This was just represented. She wasn't alone when the statement was made.
And the balance of the information that you want to admit with respect to the defense having said that it was unsubstantiated is what?
The substance of the statement that the caseworker received in responding to the call and initiating the investigation. What he did with that information.
But can you just tell me what it is?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm just trying to understand where we're going with this, so we don't end up in the middle of trial. So
right.
Go ahead.
So it's Kevin Montgomery's call, his repeated calls to DCYF.
And the substance of those calls, or just that he's
those calls?
Okay.
And I would admit those through the witness.
Okay, so the substance of those calls being what? Tell me, walk me through what you want to admit here. And I'll give you a chance to respond. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here. You all have this discovery. I don't have this.
So I'm looking at Bates 2084.
Yep.
Reporter is hard to follow and understand. Reporter said that he came back from Florida on Monday, July 22nd, 2019. And his 4-year-old niece had a shiner from her 29-year-old father. Reporter said that the reasons for the shiner was that the father gave an ass whooping because the 4-year-old had been left alone with the 2-month-old, the 6-month-old, while the father was in the bathroom. Reporter heard from her niece and nephew that the baby had been crying, screaming, so the 4-year-old had to put a hand over the 2-month-old's mouth. Father said that the 4-year-old did this very tight and very hard. Father said that he had beaten the dog shit out of her. When reporter left for Florida, there was one running water in the home, and now the electric had been shut off. And I'm just reading the statement.
Okay, basically, you just want to get in. You want to get in the rest of Kevin Montgomery's statement.
Correct. I want to get into the rest of his statements, but I also want to get.
You had Kevin Montgomery on the stand, so I'm.
Right.
So I'm not sure why we're having this conversation.
So, Judge.
Yeah.
Again, the defense rung this bell. They opened the door under the opening the door doctrine, which I believe I've proved for this court previously. It makes.
I look at the defense's face. He's like, "Sorry, what now?" Every time they say that he opened the door, then he's like, "I didn't open a door." So I do wish that they had asked Uncle Kevin that. It didn't seem like he remembered saying that, but that is quite a statement, huh? I'm not going to say it again. I hope you heard it. Sure. What Adam had said to Uncle Kevin.
Evidence that would otherwise be inadmissible, hearsay, relevance, admissible. Our argument is that evidence, those statements, in addition to what Demetrios, the witness who will testify, did with those statements, what he did with the information, or what he didn't do, that now becomes admissible. It allows
Why
us.
was that, though, what you just read to me, not admissible through Kevin Montgomery, who you had on the stand?
It's offered for another purpose, to challenge that witness's opinion that was offered to the jury. To say, this is the information that you received. Let's talk about what you
So you essentially, okay, now I think I'm understanding maybe better. You want to undermine the fact that he came to an opinion that this was unsubstantiated by just strengthening the statements made by Kevin Montgomery to him. So you want to basically say, he told you all of these things and you still found it unsubstantiated.
Contacted you on this date. Okay.
And, okay.
Yes. And what he did with that information, Your Honor.
And what did he do with that information?
I think the evidence would be that he did nothing with that information, Judge. He contacted the police and told them it was a non-issue without seeing the child.
Okay, so
what he saw.
I'm just going to pause. Ursula said Lori Daybell was made to stay in her trial. So I think the disclaimer there with this case, you know, that Adam Montgomery has the right to choose if he's going to be in the courtroom or not, I think it's for this state, from what I'm understanding. Because otherwise many defendants would just say, no, I don't want to be there today. So I think for this state, yeah, Adam Montgomery gets to choose if he's going to be in the courtroom or not. But I do remember that, Ursula, good point. Lori Daybell was made to stay in her trial. Yeah.
Saw the child, he saw an injury to the child, which was also discussed to the jurors, and he still found it unsubstantiated. Investigating.
Okay, so why? So putting aside, you know, the Kevin Montgomery's additional statements, do we all agree that Mr. Tsaros could testify? You were. It's my understanding. It's your plan to elicit that ultimately he made a finding that the report was unsubstantiated, and then the state is going to say, so even though, you know, this Mr. Kevin Montgomery contacted you and told you all of these things, you didn't follow up, that's right, you didn't do anything further, that's right, and ultimately you came to that conclusion that's unsubstantiated. We can all agree that that's admissible so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just be clear, though, and I don't.
There's this annoying little bug that keeps on landing on my glasses, so if you see me doing this, don't worry, don't panic. It's just a friend, okay? I'm calling him Freddy. He likes to sit on my glasses when I'm trying to concentrate.
I don't think the state is suggesting this, but just so there's no misunderstanding, Mr. Montgomery Kevin Montgomery,
yeah,
made a lot of phone calls, continued on and on and on for months into, I think, 2000.
Okay.
After Harmony was even gone, making all kinds of sets of allegations. Obviously, that would not be coming in. The door isn't open to everything or anything. And also tangential to the concern about the black eye, which was reported on the 29th, there was also think about a spoon or potential drug activity. And obviously that is not something that should be allowed to get into.
Okay. So let's put aside the drug information for a moment. It sounds like we are not in disagreement, except that the statements by Kevin Montgomery, you can say, now you got a call from Mr. Kevin Montgomery, and he contacted you, and he informed you that he was aware of this abuse, and then what did you do? And then you can follow up, because it's your view that it's what he didn't do that undermines the defense view that this is unsubstantiated and therefore did not occur. So I think that is admissible. But I don't know about all of the hearsay statements from a witness you just put on the stand and didn't elicit the additional statements from. I'm not convinced about that.
Well then, Judge, I would move to strike. I move to admonish the defense for making that statement to the jury.
No. Take a minute, yes.
I like the judge is like, no. It's like, okay, I'd like to admonish. Yep, the statement made, she's like, no. That was a good one. Let's play this a little quicker, shall we? 1.25 coming right up. This is a lot of fluff. We don't want to miss it if it's important, though.
The basis, including what this witness was told about Kevin Montgomery, what he did with that information, so challenging the basis of what he was told. And I would note that includes drug use. That was part of the report. It wasn't just the black eye, it was drug use. And when the witness went to the home He saw evidence of drug use. He saw drug paraphernalia, and still he found that the report was unfounded. So it's the basis, the foundation of his report, the foundation of the opinion that he gave that the abuse was unsubstantiated, that this claim, and this is a specific claim which was unfounded. It's report number 826330, which includes claims of the abuse, claims of drug use.
So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to argue if you put in the information that it was deemed unsubstantiated, they can challenge that, the basis for that finding. Do you have any objections?
Sure, but I think the context of the opening statement was very clear about what there was not evidence of. So if I'm hearing the state correctly, they are seeking to introduce evidence about drug use.
Yes. They are. What they are arguing is that if you cross-examine that witness to say you did an investigation and you found that it was unsubstantiated, that they get to challenge that. That is that, and basically undermine his opinion to say you found it unsubstantiated, even though you found abuse and neglect unsubstantiated, even though there was evidence of drug use in the house, even though there were several reports. There was this report of a black eye, and you didn't go to the house, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. That's what they want to do if you are going to bring in the evidence that it is unsubstantiated.
Okay. Fair enough. I can certainly not use that word, but I think at the same time I should be able to elicit the facts, the observations that he saw and did not see with regard to the state's second-degree assault charge. He was there to investigate that.
Okay. So then I'm thinking that what you are going to want is some kind of curative instruction about the finding that it was unsubstantiated if now the defense is not intending to go down that road. And I really need to give the staff a break, so we're going to...
We could discuss that maybe over the break.
Is he going to be the first witness that you're going to call?
He's not going to be the very first witness, Your Honor, that we called on. Just very briefly, he's going to be a third witness that we called on.
Okay, so maybe we may have a little bit of time in the mid-afternoon break, but I do want to have us come to some conclusion about this beforehand. So
if I can just clarify, Your Honor, from our perspective. So with regards to if the defendant is intending to ask about his findings, and then what his observations are, certainly relative to those findings, then the state is seeking to ask about what his other observations were and what he did or did not do before he reached those findings. And our position is that those findings have already been talked about now in opening argument, with the implication that the conclusion was made that this was unfounded. So in essence, the door has been opened, the bell has been rung, that there is a finding out there that this event was unfounded, despite what Kayla Montgomery just testified to, or the work that was done. If that's there, and if we're going to be talking about findings of what did Mr. Tsaros do, then the state should be able to ask also what else did Mr. Tsaros know, and what else did he do and not do. So it's
what do you mean? What did he know in terms of that investigation? Right?
Yes,
okay.
Not in terms of
I just want to make sure we are just talking about this investigation. Okay, and then so there's basically.
Look at the defense attorney. He's like, really now? Obviously, they're arguing about the second-degree assault charge because it was Uncle Kevin Montgomery's. Well, he witnessed Harmony Montgomery's black eye, and then he called family members and lots of people, and it was about a week later that he called DCYF. So they went out there to go check, but by then it seemed like the black eye had healed up quite a lot, so there was some bruising that they saw, but they said the claims were unfounded. Which okay then, I don't know, I think they should have gone a little bit more or something. I think they dropped the ball there. Because even to be like, oh yeah, there's just a little bit, well, then there's a sign that it was there. Anyway, so they're arguing about that because, of course, for the defense, it's very important then to say, okay, but when they went there, they said it was unfounded. So how can it be second-degree assault? You see, they're fighting for their client, of course.
Two questions on the table. If they go down the road to challenge Mr. Tsaros' findings in any way, it is your view that you want to talk about what did he know in coming to those findings and what did he do or not do in coming to those findings only as it relates to that particular investigation. And if the defense is now saying, maybe we don't want to go down that road, then we've got to talk about, I understand it's your view that they rang the bell and in any event you get to do all of it. And I'm not yet convinced. So I guess, Attorney Brooks, you're going to have to make a very, very clear decision about that.
Oh, and I think the decision will be clear.
What if you have the decision?
Sure, I'm not going to ask for if he made a specific...
I like that. He's quite snarky defense. He's like, oh, the decision will be clear.
finding as part of his obligation as a DCYF. person.
Then you need to be thinking about the issue about a curative instruction if I don't say that you've already opened the door to it. Okay? So we're going to go off the record now because I do want the staff to take a break. If you want to say something to me off the record, I will listen to it, but then we can put it on the record. But otherwise, we're going to think about where we are. Okay? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, now we can teleport. They were messing with our teleportation. So we're going to zoom forward now. Wendy says, OMG, stop hinting spoilers, please. I agree. Please stop hinting at spoilers if anyone is doing that. No, that's no fun. I mean, what's the point of doing that as well? You know what I mean? To be like, guess what? Guess what? No, man. We're here watching it now, okay? And why are you watching in 2 different places and then coming here to be like, guess what was over there earlier? No, man. Just be watching here with us from tomorrow, okay? Stop being naughty. Okay. Some people love it when I do the high voice and some people hate it. It's always so funny to see those comments. There's always one that's like, oh, I hate it when she does that. I'll read it in that voice too. Okay, moving on. We need light moments in some of these dark trials. Okay, it's a very grim topic. So if anyone's going to be like, why is she laughing? We need to cope. Okay, we need to cope with the topic. And we're just busy teleporting now. Here we go, everyone. Oh, okay, wait. What happens here? Wait. Okay. Here they come back into the courtroom. Let's see.
That's my hope.
We'll be here.
Here we go. Listen here, Caroline. Don't use spoiler alert over here. So wasn't that nice? Instead of sitting through like 90 minutes of lunchtime? I don't know. That's why I start late, just so you know. We learned the hard way with the Burgos Aviles trial. Yeah, we've got some PTSD from that. We learned the very hard way. It's better to just delay the start a little bit so we could just power through some of that. That was the tardiest trial of all time that I've ever watched. It was a very, very interesting trial, but oh so tardy, right? I'm going to read this in a moment. I feel so bad for you, Uncle Kevin. Is that UK? Uncle Kevin. He's messed up all over this and he's tried to do the right thing. He must feel like he failed her, having a total panic attack. Thank you so much, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. I really appreciate it.
Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Katie Morin to the stand.
Oh, sorry. I'll go back to the normal speed. Sort of normal. I love this custom feature that someone showed me recently. So cool, so we're going to watch it 1.1.
Swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And there's a microphone right in front of you. Just make sure that you're talking into that. Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Katie, Katie, Morin, Morin.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Morin?
6/10/78.
What city and state do you currently reside in?
Laconia, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived in Laconia?
About 3 years.
How are you presently employed?
I work in retail.
In retail? And how long have you done that? How long have you worked in retail?
My whole life, about 20 years, probably.
And what's your highest level of education, Miss Morin?
GED.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell these jurors how you know Adam Montgomery?
We were in a rehab facility together, and then we became romantically involved for a little bit.
What year would that have been in that you were romantically involved with the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
2021.
And, Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Okay, so one of Adam's exes, they dated in around 2021. They met in rehab, which is very naughty, right? Don't they in rehab tell you that you shouldn't be Finding people to date in rehab? No, you need to recover, you know? Naughty. Okay, so anyway, this lady's name is Katie Morin, dated Adam in 2021. Okay.
And Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Ms. Morin, do you recognize
Yes, I do.
the individual that's there?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
It's Adam Montgomery.
That was the individual that you were romantically involved with in 2021?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not the defendant was married at that time?
I was.
And did he ever tell you anything about his wife?
Not just that they hadn't seen each other in a while.
Do you remember providing a statement to an officer with the Manchester Police Department back in February of 2022?
I do.
And that statement was regarding the defendant, is that right?
It was.
Do you think
Shiraz says there's a custom speed? Yeah, on a PC, not yet on the mobile app that I've seen. It seems to be on computers, but yes, indeed. So yeah, this is a ex-girlfriend of Adam who was aware that he was still married to Kayla. I mean, he's still married to Kayla Montgomery now. She has filed for divorce, but I would wonder, I think that it would be Adam being like, nope, you know, denying her that. So I don't know how that's going to go. But he did also date that other lady, Kelsey Small. He left Kayla for this lady, Kelsey. And Kelsey died from an overdose in this Econo Lodge where Adam had been with Kayla before and kept Harmony's body in a little refrigerator, like a bar fridge. So, yeah, that story is a red flag to me. I'm very interested to hear what this witness says.
that seeing that statement would refresh your recollection of what the defendant may have said to you about his spouse, about his wife?
No, I recall.
Okay. And what do you recall him saying about his wife?
That she would do anything for him.
That she would do anything for him? During the time that you were romantically involved with the defendant, did he ever discuss his children?
He did.
So you were aware that he had children?
I was.
Was there a particular discussion with the defendant that stood out to you about
Yes.
the children? And
Yeah.
tell us about that.
We were at lunch one day and just talking about our children in general, and he stated that the worst thing that had ever happened or he had done was he walked out of the bathroom and Harmony was suffocating the baby, so he backhanded her as a, I don't know if it was as a reaction is the way it was told to me, to stop her from suffocating.
So he said he backhanded her?
Yes.
Did he say what the result of that backhand was?
He said he hit her glasses, so she ended up with a black eye.
Did he describe anything about that black eye that you just mentioned?
No.
In that conversation where he discussed causing that black eye, did he say that he had nudged Harmony out of the way?
Very interesting how he talked about that with this girlfriend at the time, right? In 2021. But it's almost like he's fishing for information. Like, does anyone know? Like, do you know? Maybe it's like a trust issue thing. I don't know. Wendy says, damn it, man, stop moving about. I know, right? The state keeps on coming into view right in front of the camera.
I don't recall.
He said he backhanded her.
I don't recall his exact verbiage.
Did he ever discuss other children with you?
Yes.
And what were those discussions? What was the substance of those discussions?
He told me that he had 5 children, all under the age of 7. They all had the same mom. At one point, I asked him to go to Maine with me when I was leaving, and he said he would be too far away from his kids, so he could not.
If I could have just a moment.
5 children? No. 3 with Kayla. So there were the 2 boys, and after Harmony had died, then Kayla had a 3rd child with Adam, which was a girl. So that's 3, and Harmony. So that's 4 children, and not from the same mom. So yeah, we can hear that Adam lies a lot. That's what we can hear from this story. Or what? Or where's the 5th one? Ooh, that's a good question.
Thank you, Ms. Morin. No additional questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
That was quick. Okay. So yeah, I just thought now that he said to that ex, 5 children all from the same mom. Well, it's not all from the same mom. We know that. But if he says 5, why does he say 5? You know, why would he say that? Already knowing in his own mind that Harmony was no longer alive. Okay, so where's number 5 then, huh? Thank you, Jeff.
Statement quotes. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Nicholas Ahern.
Oh my word, that was a lot of fluff there. The coughing, sorry about that. Let me show you this quickly. This is the website crimecurious.com. Crime Curious also has a YouTube channel, and Crime Curious she's attending the trial every single day, and then every night does live streams to talk about what it was like in the courtroom. So if you want to go check out Crime Curious on YouTube, you can. And also, look, there's like Maptime, okay, on crimecurious.com/Montgomery. But this one called Who's Who is so helpful as well for the spelling of the names. So now when they said Nicholas Ahern, I quickly looked here, like associates, other potential witnesses, additional potential witnesses for the state connection unknown. And we went down, and then here is that name here. So it's very nice to quickly and easily see how to spell the name. So thank you so much, Crime Curious. This is amazing. If you guys do want to buy Crime Curious a coffee or something, you could just click here. I've also donated there just to say thanks for all of this research and the bullet points and everything. It's definitely helpful. So I'll put the link. I think the link is already in the description box, but if not, I will add it afterwards, okay? All right, so now let's go back to puffing time. Okay, there's Nicholas Ahern.
Mr. Ahern, if you can just remain standing and raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're going to provide.
There she is. Crime Curious is in chat, you guys. I'm aware and a member. Thank you so much. You said, and in between court and my nightly sessions, I'm a Grizzly. Thank you so much. So I'm going to share all your links in the description box. I do believe I already have, but if not, I will share them all in the links afterwards so everyone can check it out. And hopefully they'll check out your nightly streams. I'll be checking it out to see, well, you know, for me the time zone's a bit of a problem, but I check them out in the morning to see, well, what was it like in the courtroom?
Provide this story will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Mr. Ahern, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Nicholas Ahern, Nicholas. Ahern, Ahern.
Thank you. And Mr. Ahern, what city and state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
My entire life.
How old are you?
34.
Mr. Ahern, what do you do for a living?
I do construction, metal framing, drywall.
Framing and drywall?
Yeah.
How long have you done that?
Since I was like 20.
It's 14 years?
Yeah, a long time.
What's the highest level of education you've obtained?
I think it was 11th grade.
And did you get your GED?
No, I went right into the trade.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery, Mr. Ahern?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Mr. Ahern, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101.
Yes.
Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
I want to say since I was like 18. So, yeah. A long time.
Are you aware of him having any children?
Yeah, I know he has a couple.
Are you aware of a daughter?
Yes.
Have you ever seen his daughter?
Yes, once.
Do you know her name?
Harmony.
So I'm just writing on top their former friend. I'm assuming, okay? So I am assuming, I admit I'm assuming. I don't know if they're still friends, but probably not if he's testifying for the state. Or maybe he has to, right? So Nicholas Ahern has known Adam since he was 18, okay?
What can you tell us about that one time that you saw Harmony?
She came out of the house and she had marks on her face, which was a black eye.
Okay, and so let's unpack that a little bit. When you say she came out of the house, what house did she come out of?
I think it was Gilford Street, yeah.
Is that the house that she lived in? Was that your understanding?
Yes, that's where they lived.
So were you visiting the defendant when you
Yes.
saw Harmony?
Yes.
And what were you doing when Harmony came out of the house?
Just sitting out front talking to Adam.
What time of year was this?
Summertime, I want to say around July.
Do you remember what year?
I think it was 2019.
And let's talk about that injury that you saw. What can you tell the jury about it?
It was a pretty severe injury. At the time, I questioned Adam, what happened, and he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. Yeah.
When you say severe injury, what?
A soccer accident for a 4-year-old, maybe 5. I think she would have just turned 5. Huh?
What did you see? Can you explain to this jury what made it severe in your opinion? Her eyes were blackened. Yeah, it was pretty intense in the moment. Yeah.
Was it concerning to you?
It was, but he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. I have kids, so I understand, accidents happen. So.
Do you know someone named Kevin Montgomery?
Yes.
At some point after you saw that injury to Harmony, did you have a conversation with Kevin?
Yes, he contacted me.
And I'm not asking you for the substance, just whether or not.
Yes.
And you said he contacted you, is that right?
Yes.
When Harmony came out of the house, about how long did you see her for?
Maybe 4 seconds. It was quick.
Why was it quick?
Because he told her to go back inside.
And sorry, when you say he told her to go back inside.
Sorry, Adam Montgomery told her to go back inside.
Can you tell the jury how he told her to get back inside?
He was, Adam was forcive. He just, basically told her to go in, and he kind of walked her up to the door and shut it.
About how old was Harmony when you saw her that day?
I want to say maybe 5, something like that. 5.
How would you describe her when you saw her come out for those 4 seconds?
She was just standing there, just looking. No real body movement, just standing there.
And when the defendant forcefully told her to go back inside, did she obey?
Yes.
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Counsel?
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
And we'd ask that this witness be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
You may be excused.
That was quick, okay.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Deputy Sheriff Montray.
Deputy Sheriff Paul, something, we'll listen now. No spoilers. Crime Curious, can we see you when the show is like this? I don't know. I haven't looked. Are you on this side of the courtroom or what? Also, Tiny Dancer 86 earlier said, I'm very worried about the jury not being able to find Kayla credible because of her lies. Then that's reasonable doubt if she's a proven liar. I'm scared. Well, the good thing is that Adam Montgomery he's already been sentenced to like 60 years in prison. He's 34 now, right? I think he's 34 years old. Yeah, he's going to be in there for a long time, you know? So we shall see what happens here.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. And Deputy, as we're being recorded here today for the record, would you please go ahead, state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for us?
Paul Montray, Paulmontrey.
Okay. And I bet I already know the answer, but where are you currently employed, sir?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you worked for them?
7 years.
7 years so far. Okay. And with regards to your employment with them, did you ever work in any other sort of law enforcement before working for the Sheriff's Office?
I started in New York City in 1985, NYPD.
Whereabouts in the city?
Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn.
Okay. How long were you there?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And after that, any other sort of law enforcement experience?
Town of Henniker for 5 years.
Okay.
Merrimack County Sheriff's Office for 20. State for 2. And now I'm here part-time.
And when you say state for 2, what agency did you work for those 2 years?
I controlled DMV.
Okay. And what were some of your day-to-day duties for them?
We basically dealt with trucks.
No shame. He's got to speak into the mic a little bit more, right?
Inspection stations.
All right. So with regards to your duties now for the Hillsborough County Sheriffs, you said you're working for them part-time, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what are your day-to-day duties? What do they look like?
Primarily transporting prisoners to and from the jail and the prison.
Okay.
To the courts.
And let me ask you, do you ever, I'm going to say, when did you come back to do part-time again?
2019.
2019, okay. I want to specifically draw your attention to November 27th of 2019. And on that particular day, I'd like to ask...
2017, sorry.
2017 is when you came back.
Yes,
okay, that's all right. Let me be specific, though. Let me steer you to one day in 2019, just before Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2019. Did you help serve or were you present for an eviction notice at 77 Gilford Street in Manchester that day?
I was.
Okay. And I wondered if you could explain a little bit for the jurors just for an eviction process, what is the role of the deputy sheriff? What are you there to do?
So we have a court order that's evicting whoever's there on the premises. I was a second deputy. I'm assisting the primary deputy. Usually we send 2 guys. And for some reason, I don't know what, his partner was tied up with something else, so they sent me over. And I just assisted with posting the property and having the people leave.
Okay. And typically, how long does this process take to do an eviction? Just typically in your experience, I mean.
We usually give them 10 to 15 minutes to get some belongings and skedaddle.
Okay. And on this particular one at Gilford Street, do you have any recollection of roughly how long that took?
Probably 10 to 15 minutes, the ordinary time.
Was there anything about that eviction that necessarily stands out to you, or was it just a very typical eviction for you?
Pretty much the same as all others.
Okay.
There were a lot of clothes around. It was kind of dirty. And there were a couple children there, and there was a male and a female.
Okay. And when you say male and female, and you say male, female, and children, so the male and the female, are they both adults?
Adults, yes.
Okay. And then the children, do you remember how many there were?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay.
There were a couple. I would say at least 2, but I can't tell you if there was any more than that.
Okay. Where did they go at the end of the eviction?
They got into their vehicle and they left.
Okay. And with regards to the home, what happens to home when an eviction takes place?
So we post it with no trespass stickers.
Mm-hmm.
And usually the landlord will come and change the locks.
Okay.
I don't recall if there was a landlord there that day. Sometimes they don't show up, and we just post it.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that I understand on this particular one. I believe you said before when you do an evictions, it's based upon an order from the court. Is that right? All right. Do you have a copy of that order when you go to do the eviction?
We do.
Okay.
I did not personally have that. That would have been my partner that had that paperwork.
Is that a routine practice of being a let me try this in English. Is that a routine practice of the sheriff's office to make sure that a copy of that order is in hand before the eviction is done?
In our hand, yes.
In your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that's not what happened that day?
Not at all.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Deputy. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a comment.
Okay.
No questions, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Sit down.
Thank you, Robin.
Barbara's like, could someone please tell the attorney he's in our view times? Please be still.
Did we call its next witness?
You could tell the cameraman. Or camera person.
Yes.
Okay, next witness. I think court ended early today, but we'll see. You know, I don't think there's too much longer here, actually. Let's see. Quite a few, actually. We shall see. Thank you for being here for this delayed coverage.
I'm gonna have you things go more quickly than we think. Oftentimes they go more slowly than we think, but sometimes they do go more quickly than we anticipate. This is one of those times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you take a break. As soon as the next witness is ready and we're ready to take their testimony, we will call you back in. We hope that will be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right? So same rules apply, not to talk about the evidence, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research, and we will call you back in as soon as we can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so we get to teleport again instead of waiting around for 10 to 15 minutes or 30 or 45 or whatever it may be. Just going to skip right through that. This is the beauty of starting later. So, I just saw a question fly by just now. Sorry, I can't keep up with all of them, but someone was saying, what was the point of that witness? I think the point of that witness, that deputy sheriff, would be for the timeline, to build a timeline that, yes, they were evicted from 77 Gilford Street, which would mean that they were living in the car, which builds the timeline for everything that happened, right? I think that's what it would be.
You know, is there anything we can accomplish so that you know which question you just need to ask? The only. A
little bit back. Jury's leaving. We don't want to miss this. Let's hear what they've got to say outside of the presence of the jury.
All right, so counsel, are we going to need still to have you speak to that witness before we are able to take the witness?
I'm sure that both sets of counsel should be able to ask that question. So we're going from there. I imagine it would probably be the best practice for us to come in and report to you what that answer is, so that we could have an answer on which way to proceed.
I think it'll be a quick process.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just thinking that while we are in that waiting posture, you know, is there anything we can accomplish so that you know which question you just need to ask? The only question is whether someone else was there. Do you want to approach for just a minute?
Yes, sir. I have to use someone's here. So would you like us to approach right now, or would you like us to go get that answer and then approach?
Get the answers you need, and then I will wait, and I'll have the court monitor take a break until you're ready. You can take a break.
Okay.
No, you can go off the record. Unless it's just one question and you want to come right back in. Why don't you go ask the question? We'll stay here. If you can stay on the record if you want to take a break. Feel free.
Lots of patient people working in the courts. Oh, we're gonna watch some laptop time now. Let's fast forward. There we go.
I'll say, Your Honor,
we did have an opportunity to ask him with regards to that question of whether or not he spoke with his, and Attorney Brooks can correct me if I'm wrong, but his statement is that he cannot perform. He said that typically there would be a practice to try to speak with a child alone, but that didn't always happen, or that a parent could either be nearby or in the room. So he doesn't have a recollection of whether he spoke with him or not.
Okay, so he doesn't know. Okay. So where does that leave us with regard to, you're just, why don't I ask you, Attorney Brooks, we were talking about what you were going to ask, or the other way is just to proceed. I mean, as you know, as state's already indicated, they're going to be looking to challenge him to the extent that you try to get into any opinions, concerns, findings, any of that.
I don't plan on stepping.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
Thank you, Brandy, for being here. Brandy says, my anxiety's through the roof, wouldn't make it through this case without the Grizzlies. We are all here together. So I hope that you're okay. Make sure you look after yourself. I personally like these little anxiety, like gummies. It's kind of like Rescue Remedy, but it's like little gummies that I discovered recently. It's not anything weird like edibles or something strange. It's just little vitamins, and it's for anxiety. It's really good. But anyway, either way, make sure that you look after yourself, that you're not too anxious, that you look after your mental health. If you ever need to take a break, come back later. There will always be timestamps for you, and we're always going to keep your seat, okay? So you could always just come back anytime. All right, so let's keep going. Okay, filing back in after the break.
And Mr. Sorey, you remain standing. Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can make yourself comfortable. Can you start by by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Demetrios Tsaros. First name is Demetrios. Last name is Tsaros.
And Mr. Tsaros, I'm just going to ask that you speak as loud as you can.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Mr. Tsaros, what city do you live in?
Sorry, damn, that's the state. They really spoke loudly into that mic. Are your ears okay? I was like, whoa, okay. Anyway, we're back to normal sound, hopefully. Here we go.
I live in Concord, New Hampshire. Apologies, I just moved. Pembroke, New Hampshire.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I am a career-level letter carrier for the Postal Service.
The U.S. Postal Service?
Yes, U.S.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
Since September of 2021.
Prior to September 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as a CPSW, a Child Protective Service worker with the state of New Hampshire for DCYF.
And that acronym that you just gave, CPSW, can you tell the jurors what that means?
Yes, Child Protective Service worker.
How long did you work for DCYF?
Approximately 10 years.
And in your capacity as a caseworker for DCYF, did you have occasion to interact with someone named Adam Montgomery?
I did.
And calling your attention specifically to 2019, the summer of 2019, did you receive a report regarding Adam Montgomery?
I did.
Are you aware of whether or not he had children?
Not when I first received the report.
Was the report regarding one of his children?
Yes.
Which child was that?
Specifically, it was Harmony.
Harmony Montgomery.
I'm sorry, Harmony Montgomery.
And was that report regarding an injury to Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you know who made that initial report?
I do not. It was anonymous.
Do you remember specifically when that report was made?
It was July of 2019, towards the end of the month. Specifically, it was either the 19th or the 29th.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So that would be after Uncle Kevin called. Then DCYF went to go and check it out.
Yes, July 29th, 2019.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just turn that over. It's face down.
And sir, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up so that all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And can you tell us that date again? I missed it.
July 29th, 2019.
And what did you do after your involvement on that call began?
I apologize. Could you be more specific?
So you got a report. What did you do after you received that report?
When I received the report, I initiated trying to make contact with the family in order to see them, see the family, see the children, ascertain safety.
And is that generally what you do, or is that what you did in this specific case?
Generally, that was the standard practice.
In this specific case, though, what did you do?
Specifically, tried to initiate contact. I ended up going out to the listed address in an effort to see the family.
Do you recall what that address was?
I believe it was 77 Gilford Street or Gilford Ave.
Tell us about that trip out to the 77 Gilford Street or Ave.
Okay. Animal Advocate is reminding everyone that he was at CPS for 10 years, and then he said in 2021 he became a U.S. postal worker.
So I drove to the location, and as I pulled up the location, I noticed a person who I recognized as Adam Montgomery getting into a car.
And let me stop you there.
Yes.
Yes.
Because that's probably opening the door to, oh, like, how did you recognize him? Oh, yeah, I've been there to the house many times. Many complaints. You see what they're walking into there? They're like, oh, approach.
So, Mr. Tsaros, I'm going to show you what's been admitted and previously published. It's as State's Exhibit 101.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the individual that's depicted there?
I do. It's Adam Montgomery.
So, when you said that you recognized the individual getting into a car, I believe?
Yes.
That was this Adam Montgomery?
It was.
Was anyone else present with him as he was getting into that vehicle?
There was a young girl, small girl.
That interaction, your observation of the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and the small girl who was with him, how long was that?
Not very long. Basically, as I was pulling up and getting ready to park, they were getting into the vehicle, and I can't remember exactly how far away I was, 30, 40 feet or so, when I was parking my car, and I observed them getting into the vehicle.
So you're parking your vehicle. Were you outside of your vehicle when you saw him, or were you still inside your vehicle?
I was still inside my vehicle.
And this young girl that you saw with the defendant, what was she doing?
Nothing really in particular, just, getting into the vehicle, her father helping her into the vehicle. Excuse me. I didn't know if it was her father at the time. The person, Adam, helping her into the vehicle.
Specifically with respect to that small female that you saw, how long were you able to observe her for before she got into the vehicle?
Maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Not a long period of time.
And this was from 30 to 40 feet away?
Correct.
Okay, so let's hear what else you observed as we go along. I just want to quickly say, beyond the veil oddities and curiosity, said heading out to feed the farm, their evening feed. Take us with you, and you are. You said we'll have on my earbuds, but less chatting. Thank you so much for taking us with. We'd love to come along. Okay.
I want to back up for just a moment. The child that you were going to see, it was a female, is that right?
Yes.
How long, sorry, let me strike that. Were you able to clearly see the child when you were in your car there?
I guess as clearly as I could from that distance.
Did you observe anything about the child other than her gender?
No, just it literally just looked like a small child, a female, getting into a car with someone.
How long were they parked there for before they drove away?
Not long. She got into the car. He then got into the car, and they drove away.
And you said the distance already, but was this on a public road, or were they in a driveway or something else?
A public road. They were parked on the side of the road in front of the house that I was going to.
During that home visit, did you interact with a child named Harmony Montgomery?
No.
Why not?
Aside from seeing her at that home visit, because she had left. She was the little girl that got into the car.
Is that something that you learned that day or at a later time?
That day.
While you were at the home attempting to make contact with Harmony, was there anything that drew your attention away as you were approaching the home?
Anything that drew my attention away?
Yes.
Nothing in particular.
Do you recall?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you recall noting that there was a loud dog that was barking at you?
Yes. There was a loud dog, a large dog, barking at me from the property.
And was that before or after the defendant drove away with this young female?
I believe it was after. It was after they left. I approached the property.
So you were unsuccessful in seeing Harmony Montgomery that day?
Correct.
Did you attempt to follow up with the defendant?
I did.
Tell us about those attempts.
That was initiating a phone call and speaking with Adam and trying to arrange a home visit in which I could actually come and see and speak with Harmony.
When were those attempts? You mentioned a phone call. When was that phone call?
I think I would have to look at my notes to refresh my memory, but I believe it was later that day that I spoke with Adam on the phone.
Please do, if you believe that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, it was later that day.
Did you also attempt to call the defendant on August 1st?
I again would have to refer to my notes.
Please do.
I did.
Did you speak to the defendant on August 1st?
I did.
What, if anything, did he tell you about Harmony's condition?
I would have to, again, look at my notes for details.
Please do. And just
Steph, you say, why did DCYF visit after they left? What do you mean by after they left? I'm just wondering because they would been there. I think they went there like a dozen times. So I don't know if I don't know if what we're observing is some complacency and be like, oh, here we go again, going back to Adam's house. But see, that's a problem. Complacency is never a good thing in any career, in any way. Complacency, no. So they hadn't been evicted yet, though, if that's what you're asking, because this was in July. This was July 29th of 2019. They were still living at 77 Gilford Street. So Kevin and them had left and moved to Florida. Kevin had flown there and seen Harmony with a black guy. And then a week or so later, he called DCYF after telling everyone else, all the other people we heard of, right? And so they went there to investigate. But the way this guy's like, yeah, I recognized him as Adam. Yep. He was helping into the car. But okay, it really just does sound like complacency. Because like, oh, there he is, getting into the car. Okay, cool. And then when they say, you know, did you observe anything? Yeah, not really from the distance he was observing from. That's a problem, man. Oh, dear.
Just look up when your memory's been refreshed.
Yes, he observed them leaving in a car.
Do you recall what, if anything, the defendant told you about Harmony's condition when you spoke to him on August 1st?
The contact I just reviewed, I was speaking to him about setting up a home visit and that he had, one of his children was not feeling well and he needed to take him to be seen.
And
So I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So we would not be able to have a home visit and it would have to be rescheduled.
And during that conversation, did he also tell you that he believed that Harmony had the same illness as his other child?
That I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you think that reviewing your notes would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do.
I mean, that's a giant red flag. If you're trying to set up a home visit, like reschedule, and the dude you're supposed to be investigating is like, yeah, no, sorry, one of my kids is sick like the other one, so I gotta take them to see someone. Okay, that's a red flag. You know, it sounds like waiting for bruises to heal, you know what I mean?
And Mr. Tsaros, is your memory refreshed?
Yes. And Adam did say that he believed Harmony now had the same illness or condition that his other child had.
That again was on August 1st?
Yes.
So 2 days after you went out?
Correct.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face with Harmony Montgomery?
Could you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face interaction with Harmony Montgomery?
My response as far as my following up with the report.
Correct.
I did.
When was that?
I believe it was about a week later. The exact date, I don't remember.
Do you think that reviewing your report would refresh your recollection with respect to the date?
Yes.
Can you please do so?
Yes, it was August 7th, approximately a week later.
What, if anything, did you observe about Harmony's physical appearance when you saw her on August 7th?
Overall, excuse me, overall, she seemed...
So let me strike that question.
Yes.
Specifically, did you notice any markings or injury to her face?
I did notice a small red mark under one of her eyes and some redness and discoloration in the eye that was closest to that.
Did the defendant tell you anything regarding how that injury occurred?
He did. He said that he had bought the kids, he had 2 younger children, he bought the kids like foam swords or lightsabers, and that they were playing with them, and that Harmony was struck in the face and the eye, and that's how she got that mark.
Right. No wonder he moved on to a different job. Right? I'm trying to be very polite, but a red flag. The fact that this guy's not seeing those red flags makes him a red flag to me. Like, why are you ignoring those? Why are you okay with, sort of investigating what's going on at the house there, and then letting Adam have the time for her clear bruises to heal? Because, like, that call was July 29th of 2019. So on August 7th is when he's able to see Harmony after rescheduling. With Adam making up all those types of excuses. Ooh. That's pretty horrible. And really a foam lightsaber. Foam. Adam. So to one person you say, oh, it's a soccer accident. To another you say, it's just a foam lightsaber. I mean, TV aggressor in the house, right? My goodness.
So, Mr. Tsaros, I want to switch gears and I want to discuss January.
Let me add the disclaimer, just in case anyone takes that out of context. I mean, in the context of Adam Montgomery and everything we know about him and his past and all of that. It doesn't mean that if someone has a lightsaber or someone plays soccer and they actually get injuries from that, that there's a DV aggressor in the house. But in this case, it seems pretty clear. And I just can't believe that this guy is so complacent or was so complacent about it.
January of 2020. On January 8th of 2020, did you make contact with the defendant?
I believe so. I would like to review my contacts, please.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little more loudly?
Yes, ma'am.
And repeat the answer to that question?
I do remember receiving a report then, and I don't remember the exact date and whether I made contact or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes. If may I?
In just a moment,
Yeah.
So feel free to review that and just look up when you're done.
Yes, it was January 8th, 2020.
And how did that communication occur?
I apologize, meaning how did I contact them?
Yes.
Oh, phone.
You spoke to him on the phone?
Yes.
And what, if anything, during that conversation did he say about Harmony Montgomery?
I believe it was that conversation. I would have to check my notes to make sure because I can't remember if it was that conversation or later when meeting with him that he had told me that Harmony was now living with her biological mother.
Do you recall the specifics of what he said about how she came to be with her biological mother?
He had said that she was having visits with her mother, and again, I'd have to probably look at my notes again, but I believe due to their unstable housing situation that Harmony ended up staying with her mom.
Did you follow up with Crystal Sorey?
I did make an attempt. I called, and I believe I left a voicemail.
If I could have just a moment, Mr.
So, Tiff, I missed the other comments that you made, so I don't have the context of that, but you say, ask anyone who has experience doing the actual job before you point the finger. That's what I'm saying. The problem is complacency is still a problem no matter what, right? Even if they've been through it all and they've seen so much and it's really difficult and all that. I don't know. I learned that when I was an airline pilot, that's what they taught us as well. Complacency is a killer, is what they used to say. That was the saying we lived by. Don't get complacent. So I still, with my, the way I risk manage everything, I'm always like, complacency is very, very dangerous. And it can be. Like, to just be like, oh, okay, oh, now, now she's at the doctor, now she's living with her mom. I mean, all the excuses Adam is making is like textbook red flag for CPS to look at. It's all the excuses that one would think that an abuser would make up. Oh no, we're just leaving now, I'm in the car, okay, bye. And then the next minute, like, oh no, she's going to the doctor, can't see you now. Maybe later. So once the bruise heals, okay, yeah, now you can come. And then after that, oh, sorry, she's living with her mom now. Yeah, we got evicted, so she's with her mom. I mean, don't get complacent, follow up. Otherwise, people might end up dead, Yeah, Forensic Fury. I always tell Mr. Grizzly that when I'm like, listen, he knows complacency is a killer. It is, though, especially in aviation. I think you all know that, right? I hope you're not scared, flyers. If you are, you would know. Complacency is a killer. Don't get complacent, but it really helps for any job. Always do your job passionately. Otherwise, get the hell out of that job and do something else, right? Because there are people, I'm sure, that would take their place and want to do the job passionately. Hopefully. I know they can be understaffed sometimes and things, but never be complacent.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Attorney Brooks?
Hello.
You met briefly beforehand. My name is Jamie Brooks. I represent Mr. Montgomery. Just in terms of the timeline, a report came in on July 29th
Where's the defense's microphone? Come on, sir. Why is it so soft now?
of 2019 regarding
There you go.
Correct.
And specifically, it was
That Adam had caused a black eye. That was in the report. Someone referred, whomever it was that made the report referred to it as a shiner, which I interpret as a black eye.
And the report was made anonymously, but you knew the person to be Kevin Montgomery?
I did learn that later on.
So that day you went to the residence, the 29th,
Yes.
but it was a very fleeting encounter. Adam and Harmony were getting in a vehicle as you were arriving.
Correct.
So you observed Harmony for all of 10 seconds, right?
Thereabouts, yeah.
30, 40 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
You were in your car still at the time.
Yes.
But you did have a longer visit approximately a week later, correct?
Yes.
That was August 7th.
Yes.
You went inside the residence.
I did.
And it sounds like you spoke with Adam, but you also spoke with Harmony.
I did.
Your general or preferred practice is to try and meet with the kid alone, correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't always happen.
Correct.
Sometimes there is a parent there.
Sometimes there's a parent there.
Or in the next room.
Or in the next room.
And you don't have any specific recollection regarding whether anybody was present when you spoke with Harmony.
I don't recall that.
But you were able to visually see Harmony, right?
Yes.
And you noticed a little bit of red in her right eye.
I can't remember if it was a right or left eye, but it was one of the eyes.
In one eye. There was some redness.
Yes.
Faded bruising as well.
Yeah, I refer to it as like a faint red mark and then some redness in the eye.
Harmony had her glasses, right?
She did.
She agreed to remove them, right?
Yes.
So that you could look at her.
Yes.
And there's a standard set of questions you ask under these circumstances, right?
I do. I did.
So again, without indicating what the answer was, you would obviously ask her what had happened.
Yes.
And other questions regarding her general safety.
Yes.
Aside from the redness in her eye and the faded bruising, you did not observe anything else concerning regarding Harmony's person or well-being.
I did not.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
You can hear the defense was quite smug there, like he thinks he did really well. I don't know if he did well now, but he's like, I don't have any further questions. That's right. Okay, pat on back.
Just one question for you, Mr. Tsaros. So, if I understand correctly, you're not sure whether when you spoke with Harmony, if her father was in the room, in another room, or somewhere else?
Correct. I don't recall that.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection? All right, this witness may be excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, things moved a little more quickly.
Yes, things are moving quickly here on day 1. It's actually day 2. Things are a little different in this trial, right? Day 1 was like the jury view. We recapped day 1 at the beginning of the stream. So if you only joined later, go and check out the replay because we recapped all of that. All right, we did some map time as well. And now day 2, opening statements and the first round of witnesses. And sure, it really is quite speedy, right? Quite quick. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, thank you for your sticker. You said people need to realize that CPS is one of the many jobs that you get burnt out in. They're often underpaid and have caseloads that can't be managed. Sadly, a lot of the safety jobs are like this. That's true. A lot of the safety jobs can be like that. I still think it's like important. I'm not trying to get on a soapbox. I just lived by this, okay? There were horror stories in my airline career as well, which is, hello, well, I'm not a pilot anymore. You know what I mean? So the point is that there as well, when there's safety at stake, people's lives, ooh, don't get complacent. Make it your personal motto. We always like to learn from these cases, right? So it's not like just pointing fingers and being like, they should have done better. I still think they should have done better in the situation. However, I understand it can be limited resources, people burning out, maybe people not that passionate about it. Maybe they see terrible things and they get super depressed and traumatized themselves. I get it. But it would be cool if people could just take a little personal, standard to live by and say, you know what, I'm just never going to get complacent. I'm always going to do my best. And when it gets too much for me, I'm going to resign and do something else. Right? It would be like authentic. Just do that. Just don't get complacent. It's dangerous. Okay, so let's hear what the judge says.
Quickly than the parties anticipated today. So we are going to end a little bit earlier today. It's our hope that we're going to go through with a full day tomorrow. So plan accordingly. Looks like maybe there's a little bit of nice weather this afternoon, so you'll get a little additional time. But I'll have you come back at 8:45 tomorrow with the hope that we will get started on time at 9 a.m. Okay, so please be back at 8:45 tomorrow. Once again, don't discuss the case, not with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by the locations. If you happen to drive anywhere along the route we were in the other day, yesterday, don't pay any additional attention that you wouldn't ordinarily pay if you were just on your direct route home, okay? Once again, I do anticipate that there is media regarding this case. So turn off all the notifications on your phone. Don't look at the newspaper or the local.
There's media involved, even from the Netherlands, you guys.
News, please. Maybe focus on international news if that's what you want to do, but please make sure that you are avoiding any.
Oh dear. See, there was a loophole. I hope the jurors don't watch. Don't watch, jurors, don't watch. But it's like, maybe just pay attention to international news. Yeah, international news, but not international channels. We are covering this trial. Yes, we are.
Newspaper, online, or other media coverage of this case as we continue the trial. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the jury.
Anything else they're going to discuss? Yes. Other things will be discussed now. Just a little bit. Just a few minutes. Let's see what happens. Does anything happen? I don't think so. They're zooming into an empty chair. I suppose that is quite dramatic. Is that even the defense table? Zooming into that chair. Look at it. Tissue boxes. The cameraman. Seagate 1 says, nice venting today. Love this Grizzly family. Ooh, look, the lights came on. Perimeter lights are on. Do you remember that from Letitia Staff's trial? Sure, guys, that was a hectic day, don't you think? Was so heavy for a first day. Oh my goodness. Those opening statements, horrendous. Thank you so much if you were here watching. Did you watch the whole day with me? Yes or no? If you did, thank you so much. If you didn't, don't worry. You can always check the replay, and then tomorrow we'll be back for day 3, which tomorrow is, of course, Friday. They said they're going to be in at 8:45 for 9. So obviously we're going to start 3 hours later. So it'll be around noon Eastern time is when I'm going to start. So that we build in this buffer time to just do that. I just want to see, is there anything else going on? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's it. Okay. So that was a very interesting and very speedy day I thought Crystal might be on the stand for a bit longer. That's Harmony's mom, right? I thought we'd hear more from her, but I suppose that's what she could share. She was looking for her for 2 years. Eventually reported her missing, which is why it was such a red flag as well when Adam Montgomery said, well, no, she's with her mom. And the police at that point didn't say, hello, it's her mom who reported her missing, right? Okay. What is happening? Are you guys still there? I lost you for a second. Are you still there? What is happening here? Stupid Bill Gates is fiddling with my stream. Okay, I just want to pop out the chat again and see that you guys are. You're probably like, did I freeze? Did I go away? What happened? Anyway, just as I'm saying goodbye, how rude. Freaking Bill Gates. So, okay, Meep says he didn't notice starved dogs. Were the dogs starved? I don't know. Adam tried to sell the dog at some point. So scary. Vicky says, didn't the judge say earlier that she was starting later tomorrow? She did say she's got something small on the docket and is starting later, but now she just told the court to be there at 8:45 for 9. So, don't know what that's all about. Blue Bear says, thank you for the defluff version. I so appreciate this channel and our awesome mods. Oh my word. Thank you so much, mods. I really appreciate everything you do. I know these trial days are long and we all get trial bubblers, which is like a trial hangover. It is very intense, long hours, but of course we defluff and make it, you know, as we don't want to rush through it. It's not as short as we can. It's just without the long breaks and the tardiness. So we watch it in that way, and I'm enjoying watching it with you, even though the topic is very difficult. PT Notterman, it's so nice to see you. Thank you for this for Fury and Willow. I really appreciate it. Oh my word, they love treats and Willow loves it so much. So we will, I will do that for them. Thank you so much. Also, I hope the chat isn't now delayed with my little glitch that happened there. Mooney said, I'm just a defense cross, a bit behind. No worries. I'm going to do timestamps for you now. And then I will see you all tomorrow. This stream should teleport you to the next one. I'm also going to put the links to Crime Curious that I mentioned earlier in the description box if they aren't in there already. And then I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, mods. Thank you, everyone. Patrons, members, everyone who supports the channel. Also, to everyone who sent PayPals today and bought coffees for me and for the mods. Oh my goodness. Thank you so, so much. I will see you again soon. Okay, bye.